I don't give a Dom, you found it today? Damn, dog. You should be making content. You should be making some content, bro.
If I am not late, did I really show up?
I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
She's under the keyboard, finding every crumb.
I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
Safari hat on. Here she comes.
Event planning detective, searching for truth. She's a lot like moss, she'll grow on you. She's just a girl with ADHD, educated in the cornfield, allegedly. Marsh clocking hundreds of messages in the AM. He's probably rolling his eyes, but y'all pray for him.
I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. She's under the keyboard, finding every crumb. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Safari hat on. Here she comes.
So bear with me.
In my opinion, allegedly. I don't give a damn.
I don't give a Dom. I do. Speaking of I don't give a Dom, did you ever put your story out? I'd like to read it or see it, watch it.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming today. If I'm not late, did I even show up? But I was sitting here the entire time, getting these last few pieces together. We actually planned on doing tomorrow, but yesterday and this morning was just a crazy whirlwind of events that I feel like were not real. And I had to pinch myself throughout the day. Might have been slightly sleepy. Yeah, I just repeated that twice. And had to cry a second and then drink a Red Bull. But I'm here. I am here. And today we are going to dive into the Twigs family and how the Twigs know the Farnsworths. Yes, the Farnsworths in Arizona, sitting front row in the front rows of Charlie Kirk's memorial. So we're just going to get into it. I am not probably going to go as long as I did yesterday. I cannot believe there are 50 of you watching right now. 54 of you watching. That's really weird. I feel insane. I see all of my friends in the chat. Adfleet, thank you for coming. Whitney is an engaged woman. She is off the market, people. So any of you trying to get with her, Joel and her are getting married. They're going to the chapel and they are getting married. So thank you for coming. Thank you all for your kind words and love. I do have my safari hat on. I have not found my binoculars. So that is some serious business. I have been looking for my binoculars for like 2-3 weeks. I just wanted to bird watch. That's all I wanted to do. I have no idea where they are. I've looked in every suitcase I have. I have made my husband look multiple times in the middle of the night, in the middle of the day. I think I'm just going to have to buy a second pair. And you know what's going to happen as soon as I buy a second pair? I'm going to find the first ones. So then it's even better because I'll have 2 sets of binoculars and I will be able to have a travel pair and a stay-at-home pair. Or I'll just have one because maybe I really did leave the other ones on a vacation. If I did, they are in Costa Rica. And I hope whoever is using them got to birdwatch, because when I went to Costa Rica, I did not get to birdwatch and I had a little bit of FOMO. But I did see a lot of monkeys, so that was cool. All right. Yes, I do like this monkey lamp. So I have a lot today. It's not as dense as yesterday, and thank you for bearing with me, and I'm learning. So any feedback you have, would love it. If you're a troll, would not love it, but still would love, you being a watcher, I guess. I'm glad that you decide to spend your free time watching me rather than people that you like. That's sad for you. But life's sad, I guess. As Candace says, life's hard. Get a helmet. So, I have a lot. I'm just going to go straight for it. I was trying to read the comments at the same time as I was talking. Obviously, I have a little bit of ADHD, so that's not always the best idea when I have a lot of thoughts going on. So we are going to keep going. What's my favorite bird? That's a difficult question. So I really like hummingbirds, but I did not realize in Costa Rica that they're kind of like pests. People don't feed them there. We went on a tour and the guy was disgusted by hummingbirds, acting like they were like mice. And I was so weirded out because, you know, I'm from the Midwest and everyone here is feeding their hummingbirds. I had to tell my mom to stop letting the praying mantids like, be on the hummingbird feeder because they eat them. And, you know, I like bugs. I used to collect those like a weirdo as a kid. So I knew that. But I love a cardinal. I also like a bald eagle. I love bluebirds. I like a lot of different birds. I could have a show on birds. There are 70 people here. What the heck? Thank you. 72. This is weird. This is weird. Oh, thank you so much. Fleet is amazing. Oh, we forgot to tell our cousin that we got engaged. Guys, that is so sad. You have to tell everyone that you're engaged. I think that's just how it has to work. So I have a lot of things today. I also like a parrot. There was this one that we did not see. I'm thinking of this and I can't think of the name, but it has this like long squiggly tail thing and they're super rare. I'll bring it up some other time, but I also like a peacock. I don't know if people consider that a bird. I am in Indiana. In the middle of nowhere, smack dab. Yeah, being a Hoosier, Hoosier is okay as long as you don't like IU. Purdue is where it's at. That's all I'm going to say. I'm just joking. I actually don't even like sports. My uncle, who I am a really big fan of and grew up as, and I thought he was the coolest guy ever. He went to Purdue. He was an engineer. And so when I was younger, he took me to a football game and I thought he was the coolest person ever. So what did I do, being the nerd I was? Decided I wanted to go to Purdue University. And my braces were black and gold the entire time I had them. And I went and thought Purdue was cool, even though I don't like sports. And then plot twist, I could not go to Purdue because I met my husband I kind of knew of him, but the first time we got to really speak at all was in Spanish class. So in Indiana, the way that it was set up, and I don't know if you were coming from out of state, but if you didn't take I think it was 2 years, it might have been 3. If you didn't take a certain amount of time of Spanish classes, you could not go to Purdue or IU. So I had a little bit of a distraction in Spanish class. There was this guy that sat around me. I thought he was the coolest person ever. He was a cool kid. And I was not. I was a nerd, still am, not cool. And I wanted him to like me so badly. So I could not think about Spanish at all. Because also, what is Spanish going to do for me? I was like a young kid. I didn't think it was important. So I'm 16, 15-ish, sitting there, and this boy's there, and I wanted to get his phone number. So I came up with ways to get his cell phone number because I couldn't just ask him for it. So I made this plan where one day my friend and I were sitting there, and we were playing around. We kept watching I Love Lucy instead of learning Spanish, so maybe that's why I didn't want to take a second year. I don't know who likes to watch I Love Lucy in Spanish when you don't know Spanish, but that's kind of insane to call that learning. And so unless it's for fun or that's how you learn, I don't know. And I took a bunch of markers and we put them in Roy G. Biv order. And I needed to take a photo. I knew my best friend did not have her cell phone. So this was my plan. I didn't have my cell phone either. And I was like, oh my gosh, I need a picture of these rainbow markers. So I'm sitting there looking at these markers and I look at my husband, who hated my guts, by the way. He thought I was loud and annoying, which is true. I'm on a microphone, so I do like to yap. And he is a man of few words, which works out great sometimes, unless I want conversation. But it still works out great because he's an amazing listener, and he does not talk unless he has something that he feels is relevant. I mean, he's different to me than he is other people, though. And I asked him if I can take a picture and if he could send it to me or vice versa. And he did. So guess who got his phone number? I did. And guess who started texting him? Me. And somehow this man texted me back, and I don't know. He liked me. I kind of grew on him like moss. That's why I think I describe myself like that, because I am annoying. I think everyone's annoying, but I also have known who I was since I was a kid. So I just always tried to be authentic and be myself and not really care if other people liked me or didn't like me. I don't really understand that. The only time I get embarrassed is if I feel like I'm embarrassing someone else, because I would never want to do that. And my grandma was passing away at that time, and she was a really big part of my life. And actually, it was totally a God thing. It was totally a God thing. Thank you. If you're saying nice work bagging my husband, I agree. Sometimes I look at him and I'm like, why did this man decide to marry me? He's crazy. But here we are, best friend in the entire world. I am so lucky, and I wish everyone got to marry their best friend, and that they were nice and kind to each other and had the type of relationship we have, because I feel like we can communicate verbally, non-verbally, and we just love each other. I don't understand why people get married that don't love each other, or why they don't try to continue to love each other, because it is a choice as much as there is a lot of other things that are not. It is a choice every day to be kind, to be a friend, to be patient. And yeah, it's weird how people are not kind to each other, especially to their spouses. I'm like, yeah, live with the person. You share bank accounts. I mean, you better be nice, because you share bank accounts. If you're not nice sharing a bank account, guys, why don't you just go get a sugar daddy or something? I don't know. Like, there's no point of even being married, I guess, if you don't want to be married. Like, just either be married or don't be married. Both of them are hard. So I'm going to keep going. Sorry, husband yapping and distracting me. That's funny. All right. Yeah, it seriously is the best. I want to spend every moment I can with my husband. He does like his alone time. I could sit there with him being silent, just being there around me makes me feel better. But I could spend every moment with him. Okay, you heard it here first. If you can't be kind, get a sugar daddy. I mean, if you're into that, it's like, that's basically what it is if you're not being partners and spouses. Now, I'm not saying that that's wrong. I mean, if I'm going to be sad, I'd rather be sad on a yacht, right? But I'm just saying, like, that's really lonely, because it's like you might have a lot of things, but okay. Cool. Are you going to like take it with you? Is it going to make you feel warm and fuzzy inside? I mean, I like fancy things and fancy, not rugs like Barron. I wish I could be into the rug game. I told my husband I need to be more of an adult, and I need to get into rugs. Why do I not have a Persian rug? I need to figure that out in my life. We need to be on this rug game. But I don't think I could have my own boat, though. If I did, I would have to have a crew or something, because that's a lot of work. And I do want a catamaran, but like, I like land too. So I don't know. I just got way off topic. I'm going to keep going. But thank you for coming. And I am going to pull up what we got. It's a lot. Whoops. 1 second. Wrong. I don't like this one. That's what, it's because I have this up here. Okay. 8 million. 8 million what? 8 million people in the chat. This has been, what? 8 million? You are so crazy. That is totally not true. 8 million. Oh, I am so sorry to hear that. I have a lot of feelings about that. And I am so sorry to hear that you lost your best friend. That is honestly my biggest fear in life. I will never be ready for that. And I hope that I am not the first to go, because I just could not. I'm getting ready to cry just thinking about it. I will pray for you, and I am so sorry to hear that. And you're really also at the same time, I am crying, really lucky that you got to feel that way, because it's an amazing feeling. Okay. I am going to go on to the next thing. I'm sorry that I'm crying a little bit. Okay. So we got a lot going on with the Twigs family. And we are going to get into that today. And I'm just going to keep going through. So we have Amy and Tyler Twigs, who lived in Utah until recently. It looks like they are located in Texas now. These people located in Texas in March are opening businesses. So in March of 2026, these people are opening multiple LLCs. Why? There's a few of them. We're going to break them down in a show separately, just with each of the LLCs. And that will probably be a show, because I don't want this to be too tense. I brought my thinking cap today because I want to go on a safari too. Husband, if you're listening, I hope you're looking for safari trips, because I would like to go gorilla trekking. Thank you very much. But I'm going to go over the ones that they opened and why they are a little bit bizarre with the timing. So there is a nonprofit that they're opening. I have up here. It's called Faith and Family Foundation Charity. It was opened March 2026. And when we break it down, I will have the official Texas state filing. It is a nonprofit. I do think it's really bizarre that you're opening a nonprofit when you're trying to stay under the radar. It's kind of the exact opposite of staying under the radar. They also have some other ones they're opening here. So they have Greystone Development, LLC. And then we have Roborn, LLC, Red Dirt Empire, Inc., and Hollister Management, LLC. There are a total of 5 of them, which I thought was really weird. So I'm going to zoom in so you can see the 5. So they're right here. We have this Faith and Family Charity, that's the nonprofit. Red Dirt Empire, Inc., which I believe relates directly to the Red Dirt Insurance that I showed Amy being a part of, the insurance company. Hollister Management, LLC. I'm about to go into that in a second. Red Dirt Empire, Inc. So we have 2 Red Dirt Empires. I'm not really understanding that, other than they're from, Amy's not. She's from Arizona. So, maybe they're talking about Utah there, but it's a little bit weird. This one is in Utah. So that's why it's weird to me that they have 2 of those going on. Red Dirt Insurance Services in March of 2026, and then Roborn LLC and Greystone Development LLCs right there. She has a bunch of LLCs. They're not all, when it says 24 of them, she does not have 24 LLCs. When I start looking at businesses from someone, I usually start with open corporates so that I know the state that they're filed in, and I can look the branch of where they're from at. And then when I go from there, I go to the Secretary of State, and then I start looking at the company's websites, Wayback Machines, lawsuits, things like that. So it gets a little bit crazy. And Googling gorilla trekking, not getting any hits. I am dead. That's a real thing. I will talk about it at the end. And then, so the one that got me, guys, the one that got me is Hollister, okay? I was not a cool kid, but did I know what Hollister was? Yes. Do I think that children should have been shopping in a Hollister? No. I remember the ads that were in a Hollister store, and they should have been on a website that children should not be in, I feel like. I mean, and it shouldn't have been sold to kids, I think. It's just weird because it was geared towards young people and tight clothing and everything else. So Hollister is an English family name that may mean, and I was searching the meaning of this word too, just to see the different terms, and it's more weird than just Hollister to me. So it's an English family name that may mean dweller by the holly tree or whoremonger. Though these meanings are speculative, it is most commonly found in the United States and originated from England. So I Googled, what does whoremonger mean? Because I've heard that word. It's not a cuss word. It is not a cuss word. It means a man who habitually consorts with or pays for the services of prostitutes. And a whoremonger or whoremaster is a leecher, a man who frequents the society of the first part of that word. I said the full word. That's not a cuss word. And then, so it's a little bit weird to me that that is the meaning of that word in that context, because I'm like, okay, is that like a sign or a symbol? What is going on? We have Tyler Robinson, who is getting arrested, and we have all of this uproar and all of this stuff. Lance was allegedly his lover, I guess, but I have yet to found anything convincing to me that that is true. And I've not heard either of them say it. So until I hear it out of their mouth or I see evidence of that, I do not believe it. And to me, it looks like maybe his services were paid for with what we're about to go over next. The other thing that came in my head when I was thinking about this is Leslie Wexner, the demon. He literally called himself the demon. So don't act like I'm calling him a demon. I have a whole thing on that I have an article. It's one of my scariest things I've ever read. I do, just not on things that are forever. So Leslie Wexner, interesting guy. He is the father of L Brands. Now, L Brands, I knew that Hollister was involved with this, but Hollister is actually owned by Abercrombie & Fitch, which is even cooler than Hollister, guys. I remember that was like the top, that's the Chanel of those logo shirts we all used to wear in junior high. And it says right here, L Brands, and it has all the companies listed. While L Brands may no longer own the Limited, Express, Lane Bryant, Abercrombie & Fitch, or Justice, their founding and development had significant impact on the fashion retail industry. So it did at one time own Abercrombie & Fitch, who owned Hollister. So that's weird. Whatever. I know you guys know a lot about him. Maybe not. If not, I can talk more about him too at a different point. I think he's weird. That is not true. So I don't do that. That's not true. Also, I call Marsh, my manager, he is one of my best friends. He's not actually bossing me around or anything like that. I'm usually joking. So I don't want anyone to be scared of Charlie Goes Max. He is a wonderful person and he is amazing. I see the comment. What are you doing in the comments? I can't. What is he doing? He's like, what is he doing? I can't. It's not funny because now I'm laughing. Oh, wow. Lots and lots of neon. Hey, that's kind of cool though. That is pretty dope. That's cooler now. All right. So we're going to talk about the Twigs and whole and how they relate to Arizona and the Farnsworths. So we have the parents of Lance Twigs who are homeowners now. So when you're looking through the public record, and this is their home address with everything, and I double and triple checked this, everything that is identifying information of the address or things like that that could show anyone where you live. There's not a personal home address on here. We blurred it out or I redacted it. So I did want to be very clear about that. This is public information. Did I cover up the addresses? Yes. Why? People are crazy. That's literally, you can find it if you want to look for it. You can trust me or don't trust me. I don't know how I would sit here and like Photoshop all of this to be perfect and then spend time and redact it like that. Sorry. And then, so this is all of their mortgages and deeds of this home. So they had 20 years of this that I was looking through. From what I saw from 2004 to 2022, there were 7 refinancings. In 2007, there was a loan modification, and it looked like there was a home mortgage pattern of issues or loans and things that they were taking out to invest in other ways. I don't know what their finances are. I don't know how much they paid for these. That's obviously private information for the most part. That's none of my business, okay? That's their business. I don't know how much is in their bank account. So they have a lot going on here. This is the second page of it. And I did want to show this last one here. We're going into 2025, okay? So when we go into 2025, we go from 2022 to 2025. They have a warranty deed in 2022. In 2025 in November, they have the deed of reconveyance. So if you're someone that knows more about how these deeds work, if you want to DM me on X or, DM me on X, that would be wonderful. I would like to speak to you. I have talked to a couple people, but I have a lot more questions about these because this right here in 2022 is the trustees reconveyance saying that the Federal Credit Union, now acting as the successor trustee for the deed of trust dated in May of 2022, that the property was owned by Tyler and Amy, and it was releasing the lender's lien and returning the legal title to the rightful owners without warranty. So it's a little bit weird to me that we have all of these going on here. And it basically means the loan or obligation secured by that deed of trust has been satisfied or resolved. So if it's clearing that lien for public record, why do we have in 2025 a different one? Those are the questions I have. It's a little bit weird to me. So I would like to speak to you. I have a lot of words, a lot of thoughts. So we're going to keep going into the different titles these people hold because they got a lot of them. They have more than Erica. That is so loud, and I don't know if it's as loud for you as it is for me. I think my ears just exploded. If yours did, wow. So, there are the... I'm going to skip over that one. That is a lot. And then they are also real estate agents. So I did want to be very clear. I got a DM on X. I'm going to look into what someone said to me. It did look like, and I'm going to also be honest with you, I looked myself on the public record that had up to the 1980s for a real estate license. Someone messaged me and said that Amy did have her real estate license. However, I am not going to click on a link that someone sends me. So I did appreciate that someone sent me the link. I'm going to look for the information they gave me in the year and everything else and dive into that more. So I did want to note here that maybe something I have to correct. But on the last time I spoke about this yesterday, I talked about his parents, Lance Twigs' parents, Amy and Tyler Twigs, being real estate agents. When I looked at the public database, Amy Twigs was not in Utah's licensing for a real estate agent at all. Tyler was, but Amy was not. And I found that to be really weird because she's listed in this engagement-like photo in the top left for their real estate business and on her Instagram. And then she's the one that is posting this Twigs Realtors Yelp page, but Tyler is the one that is listed otherwise with the actual sales, which he has 14 closed sales in 5 years. He's the one on Zillow. It has a picture of him there, and it says Tyler Twigs and his wife Amy Twigs started their real estate career after years of owning their own businesses, and they were successful. Although their businesses are successful, they wanted to try something completely new and challenging together, and it talks about them starting in 2017. I thought that was interesting. Maybe she's helping with the backside of it. Maybe she does have a real estate license and I was wrong. Who knows? Also, it's bizarre to me they have one review on this Yelp. That's also bizarre to me. One review in 2020. I don't know. You spend a lot of time with your real estate agent, so it's a little bit weird to me. And you know, I have some of the other pictures here. So Amy did note that she was a part of iPro Realty Network by this posting. She is in some of these Facebook posts that we have Daniel, the guy that owns the company or is the head of the company that Tyler seems to be working for with his active listing currently. He is this man right here. And I'm just briefly going over the titles. On September 10th, 2025, this is what we see on Daniel's Facebook. Here's an example. And Tyler's still listed on an active listing. So then we have the Twigs, the insurance agents as well. These people are crazy. Don't mess up. That's funny. I'm alive, so I probably will at some point. And they got a lot going on here too. We have Amy with PFA over here. We have Amy and Tyler. They go from being recruiters with Ricky to being freaking LFD leaders. QFD? Is that a Q or an F? I don't know. That's a weird font. They should have picked a better font. You know how much time Marsh and I were yelling about, well, I was yelling. I was like, Marsh, I don't know which font to use. It's not readable and all of this and that. And so they're selling this stuff together, traveling to Turkey with this company, by the way. So I guess that part of the multi-level pyramid scheme was worth it. Amy's giving some speeches about it too. So there's her right there. That's posted online. She talks a lot about physical, emotional, and financial pain with people. So I found that to be a little bit interesting as well. Lots of pictures of them. Look at her. She's a regional field director. Her name's up on there. I also found it interesting. She goes from being a $1 million club ring to the third diamond $1 million club ring. I don't even know what that means, but this girl's a boss babe. That's all I could say. If she messages you and you went to high school with her, don't open it. Don't open it. That's all I could say. The other thing I did mention, and I would like to dive into this more because I think that there's a lot more going on here. These are a lot of threads, okay? Lots of threads. But giving you a backstory, if this is your first time here, there's a theme going on with this PFA thing. And yesterday, how I related to it was Ian Carroll did a KCIA show, and all I could think about looking at this PFA thing is we have Amy and Tyler right there. And I just want you to look at all the other people they're with. That's in Turkey. Here's one that they're tagged in, but they're not actually in the photo. Another one, they're in this one. This is their team. So, you know, you can tell me what you think, I guess. I don't know. Ladies talking about my business, like, girl, I know, that's what I'm saying. You're paid on a 1099 maybe, but you are their business's business that's probably not making any money. Okay. And then the mother, Amy Twigs. So how am I level 2 when I keep disappearing? If you mean in the chat, you have to have all comments turned on, if that's what you're talking about. If you only have top comments, it won't let you see all of them. I think that's like a normal thing on YouTube if you're on there. She sends lots of those hey girly messages. I bet, I mean, she doesn't like the emojis as much as some of those other girls. And I think that it is great that people want to better themselves. I do think it's really sad that people get wrapped up into that because you find yourself in a lot of bad situations and you get a lot of other people involved in bad situations. I have a lot of thoughts about MLMs. I have no idea how only some of them get in trouble with the government. It's a little bit bizarre. So Amy is over here. We have more titles for Amy too, guys. So she, studied psychology at Stanford, the Stanford in Silicon Valley, less than 20 minutes away from Silicon Valley. And she studied psychology. She had comedy shows. This was not the only one. She had multiple comedy shows. And are you a comedian too? You'll never cease to surprise me, is what one of her friends say. I mean, the lightning bolts got me. So I need to be better about posting graphics on X, I guess. So, I'm learning and planning on how to do this better to have it released a little bit before or after. And I need to get all of these rolled out, scheduled. But it's been a lot to try to get that done. And try to be intentional about it. Then we have Amy, who is actually from Arizona. Her parents have a house in Mesa. This is her parents. Some guys staying at their house and thanking Amy and Tyler for that. So that's a little bit weird. She is also all about toddler brains running wild and how to make them better. She's going to help your toddler not be a toddler. Okay? Because she is saying that when your toddler brain runs wild, what do? Sometimes as moms, we just need to guide and redirect our own primitive brain into more useful actions, just as we would a toddler. So yeah, I mean, maybe you redirect your toddler, but the comments are a little bit alarming. She's saying, love your stuff, beautiful Amy. Taking control of that toddler brain one day at a time. This one got me the worst. Thank you for everything you've been teaching me. I appreciate it more than you know. Is she teaching you about yourself or your toddler? I don't know. I have no idea. So Amy has a lot of LLCs going on. We're going to break them down just with her in one category in a future episode. But she does have a lot of them. So the active ones right now, the Faith and Family Foundation Charity, the ones I just spoke about, Hollister Management LLC, Red Dirt Empire Inc., Red Dirt Insurance Services LLC, Redborn LLC, Greystone Development LLC. And the ones on the left there are just the ones opened in March of 2025. Then we have the ones in Utah. So Red Dirt Empire LLC, Red Dirt Insurance LLC, Red Dirt Real Estate LLC. Then we have the other ones, Flippin' Awesome Gymnastics LLC, Flippin' Awesome Coaching LLC, Athletes Mindset Academy LLC, Pro Mindset Academy LLC, and Twigs Team LLC. So, a boss babe from start to finish. This woman is so busy. You know what she thinks? She's like, you know what? I am so compelled to add another business to my plate because that is what I need. That is what I can do as a boss babe. I can have another business and start it, and it will be mine, and we will do great things. And then you know what? Let's move across a couple states to get away from everything, and let's start 5 more LLCs in the spring as my son who we kicked out because he was a problem. We're going to move states away to be with him in Texas, and we're going to start fresh there. And not only are we going to start fresh there, we want to start a nonprofit, and we want a bunch of businesses where they're public facing. We're going to have real estate and insurance and all of the things where we have to interact with people, because nobody knows who the Twigs or Lance Twigs is. We can start over in Texas and no one will know who Lance Twigs is in Houston, Texas. Well, good luck with that. Maybe that's why the hair's grown out. But I guess the sheep dipped do the sheep dipping. So I actually do think, where was that at? I think that this is a good thought that I had. So it is a good thought. Not going to make any accusations, but it's a little bit weird. And I also hate doing laundry, by the way. I don't like folding it. I hate touching wet clothes, and I hate taking them from the washer and putting them in the dryer. And when we build or move, I want a 2-in-1. My husband doesn't want one. But I want one so that I don't have to take it from one to the other. And that would be nice. Also, if it was in my closet, that would be amazing, because I like to use my washer and dryer as a laundry basket. If I love something, I'll buy it in like 5, 6, 7 colors or 7 of the same thing. And then I miss, the only way I love missing by myself is like being able to use my washer and dryer as a laundry basket, because my husband has to use ours too. So it's like, I just keep putting my clothes in there every day. And he's like, what are you doing? I have to use this thing too. And it's just this huge thing, because I also forget my clothes in the washing machine a lot. That's a whole thing. All right. And then we also have, I forgot to say her next title. She is the gymnast and the gym owner. So we have Amy here, who went to Stanford, has a flippin' awesome gymnastics studio in her home basement, which is on her FAQ page. And she has coaches. She's posted about, I'm pretty sure it says here, went on to compete for Stanford. She was on the national team, utilized that gymnastics experience to run a gymnastics facility, and served as a USA gymnastics judge. And she also helps people through positive mindset coaching. I also think she spent a lot of time on this logo. It looks like she did. And then she talks a lot in here about her life living in St. George, Utah. She does say they moved to Arizona first. They did have their first child in Arizona. And you know what? Lance is not only a footballer and a baseballer in his early life. Lance is downstairs in that basement with his alligator shirt on, strawberry freckled armed boy, face and arms, and he is trust falling with his mother. Does he trust his mom? I'm not quite sure. To me, it looks like he doesn't, which makes me really sad, because he looks very young in this photo. I also think if you lived in this type of environment and you were Lance, you were probably questioning a narrative or a lot of things you were being told. And that would probably annoy people that were older than you that just always believed what they were told. So, that is a whole thing going on there. And then this is showing the screenshot of the Wayback Machine. This is from the 2019 one. I don't think I have that part of the website on there, but she has a lot of websites. I have thought about a way to post this in ways where everyone can access it however they would like, because I think it could be helpful. You could probably find it yourself with a little bit of oomph and trial and error, but I am working on a list so that you can put it in the Wayback Machine. However, I will say, I do think some of them have been erased, and I'm going to go over that next, because I do think that's kind of relevant. So this is why I think it's relevant. On the Wayback Machine, you can no longer find this waiver for Flippin' Awesome Gymnastics. And I did want to point out, this waiver right here, the one that's deleted that I originally downloaded and could not sleep when I found it in the middle of the night, says Amy Twigs, Jamie Dalton, Candace Tolman, and Kristen Robinson and Savannah Langston recognize their obligation to make the students and their parents aware of the risks, hazards, yada, yada, yada. It has Kristen Robinson on this waiver. Is Kristen Robinson listed in any of the other waivers on the Wayback Machine anymore? And can you even really download them? No, I think you can download one of them on the Wayback Machine. However, the one that says Robinson in St. George, Utah, where we have the Twigs and Robinsons, and when Lance Twiggs was allegedly the roommate and lover, from what we're told, of Tyler Robinson, we see a Kristen Robinson coaching gymnastics in the Twigs' basement. Robinson is a very common last name, so I'm not going to make any accusations there. But if any of you know who Kristen Robinson went to school with her, and know if she knew the Twigs in any way, shape, or form, or have any of on-the-ground information, I would love to talk to you. So you don't have to talk to me. If you don't want to talk to me, that's cool, but I would love to talk to you. I have a lot of questions. This is what that page looks like. There are a lot of pictures of kids on here, and this is what the waiver looked like on that part of the Wayback Machine. This is an example of the 2019 waiver. And when you go to the names, look at that. It's gone. It's gone. So I also thought it was a little bit weird that it's gone and it looks like they just lazily erased it. Okay. So it says Amy, Jamie, Candace, and Kristen, or I keep doing that. Amy, Jamie, Candace, Kristen, and Savannah. Okay. Look how there is no comma after Robinson. We move on. Huh. That's interesting that you would just have a comma after Candace Tolman and there's a name missing and now it says and Savannah Langstrom. Huh. That is really weird. That is so weird. So, I don't know. She's a boss babe. She's too busy to make sure that that's not corrected the right way. So Amy Twigs is also an author. And if any of you want to buy her book, you can do that on Amazon. She is actually a #1 best-selling author, according to this biography. Barron also mentioned this, could not find a single thing about her being a #1 best-selling author, unless that's like a title she got in St. George, Utah, maybe from her ward, maybe from her family. Maybe she is the #1 best-selling author in the Twigs family. I think that Lance is a pretty great author as well. And we're going to dive into the psyche of that more in the next couple episodes. He seems to like to write a lot. So then we have the USAG gymnastics coach. And Amy was a judge, so not a coach. That's a typo. But she was on the National Women's Gymnastics team. She was a former USAG judge. And she also worked, I did want to note this because this is something I'm writing down. She worked for the AZ Behavioral Health Center. So that was a little bit weird to me when you think of Lori and the companies that she's had. And then this is on amytwigs.com. Work with me. And this is in 2021. And she is telling you that you don't know what to do. And if you did, you would do it yourself. And that she has the tools to help you do what you want to do that you don't know how to do. That's what this is beautifully saying. And it is so inspirational. And she said in this, and here's the best part of all of this talk, you just made one small, powerful decision that will lead you to your huge outcomes. I mean, I just don't know. I don't know how else. She says, if you are ready to continue making strong, life-changing decisions, then simply click below. So you guys can go do that on the Wayback Machine if you want. But sounds like, I don't know. So then we have on one of those websites, she talks about coaching, and on her mental health coaching part of a different LLC, she states in it that she was a USAG on the U.S. national team, NCAA Stanford gymnast, has a degree in psychology, and spent 20 years coaching athletes on their mindsets, and currently owns a gym. Then she talks about Allie Berry. Allie Berry was an NCAA All-American gymnast and assistant collegiate coach. She has a master's degree in human performance. She is also a Larry Nassar survivor who has used the tools we teach to find emotional freedom and healing. So when you look at the timeline here, in 1986, Larry Nassar joined USAG Gymnastics as a national team medical staff member and an athletic trainer. I have some typos, so I'll fix that later when I post this. Then in 1994, she enters the gymnastics team. On the website, it says 1995. She's on that gymnastics team as a freshman. So I do think she kind of joins it in 1994 because I did see both on there. And then in 1996, Larry Nassar is appointed the National Medical Coordinator for the USAG Gymnastics, and he travels with the U.S. team to Atlanta Olympics. So I would assume in 1995, as you're on the Stanford women's gymnastics team, that you're probably trying to go to that 1996 Olympics team. And you probably know all of the people on the USAG team. In 1998, Twigs wins the Pac-10 championship at UCLA, and it's her self-described favorite memory at Stanford during an interview later on. She graduates with a psychology degree, having completed in the all-around. In 2000, Nassar travels with the U.S. gymnastics team to Sydney Olympics. In 2008, he goes to Beijing. In 2012, he goes to London for the Olympics. And in 2014, Nassar retires from the National Medical Coordinator role, but continues as a team doctor for the women's artistic gymnastics. In September of 2015, he is quietly fired from the USAG gymnastics team after the allegations are reported internally and kind of get out. So that's his timeline. And I will post this as well. It's something that I'm pulling a little bit more on the thread of because I thought it was a little bit interesting. So then we have Amy, the coach. So I already posted, oopsies. I already said that she seems to have weird people telling her they appreciate what she's thinking and all of this about toddler brains. And then, Joel, I see this here. You may think you want to do stuff, but do you know that you actually want to do things? You don't know stuff, do things. I like that. I feel like that should be on a t-shirt. I like that. I like that a lot. So thank you guys for coming. If you're here watching me, this is literally insane. She is exhausting. I actually have been snooping on that Instagram since the fall, and I have every post screenshot. So I have it saved in a few areas, and yeah, it's crazy. I also am a little bit sleepy. I drank a Red Bull and got into it after I cried a little bit. I was like, Marsh, I think I need a nap. And then I realized, I was like, I don't have time for a nap. And I thought I would, but I didn't. So here I am. But we're going to get into two threads next that are the weirdest things I could ever explain in my life. You can do what you want with them. You can think what you want. I'm not going to put thoughts into your head, but I do have my own thoughts about them. And okay, I am going to pull up the next thing, and we have the coaches on here. So she's a mental health coach, and it's a really weird setup here because in some things we see 4 people on here, top left, where these 4 people are the coaches. And then on the right, Amy's very involved in it. She has a whole podcast. You can find this very easily on the internet. And it looks like she's doing this with them and then separately because there's flippin' awesome coaching. She has flippin' awesome gymnastics. But then there's this, the Athletes Mindset Academy. and Pro Mindset Academy. There's just a lot going on there. She's on the website here. This is why I don't like selfies and also why I'm not a fan of being on the camera, because sometimes I make a face like that. And this one is actually from the Athletes Mindset Academy. It's on there. They're all on there. And this one's from 2021. So I have some examples of what we're going to run down that are really freaking weird. They're interesting. They're interesting. So then we have one of Amy's business partners here. His name, J. Ryan Barton, and he's on here. So J. Ryan Barton is on the website as Ryan Barton. Okay. So, oops, went back. So we have him on there right above Allie Berry, and Allie Berry is the one that was the Nassar victim, and I'm pretty sure it says it on here too. Does it not actually on that one? That's also weird to me. I'm like, why would you have it in some places and not others? I don't know. Like, it's also a weird thing to me to have on a public website like that. And I get it that, you know, that is something you would overcome and people would be able to find that. But when you're working with children and things like that, I just think that that is a whole different ballgame of things to be advertising. Okay, so I am going to read through this. In 1 second, I'm going to pull something else up. Okay. And then, all right. So we have Ryan Barton, and he's the positive power coach and motivational speaker. His experience, he's the owner of multiple counseling and motivational coach companies. Ryan has helped hundreds of families and individuals overcome challenges and increase their positivity to live more inspiring lives. And he uses motivational training combined with outdoor experiences to help his clients connect with nature and each other. As far as the Athletes Mindset Academy, Ryan develops unity between parents, athletes, and coaches. His experience and tools provide uplifting training and practical methods for building stronger connections within teams and families. His favorite quote: "Never become so distracted by the one thing that's going wrong that you forget to appreciate all that is going right." So, I think you could take that quote in a lot of ways. You know, it's like all the things going wrong, so let's make some things go right and move to Texas and think people won't know who we are. I like how Amy doesn't have a favorite quote, neither does Stacy. So I'm like, why is Ryan the only one with a quote up in here? I mean, it's like we all get a quote or we all don't get a quote, you know? So, and then, yeah, this is something I'm pulling a little bit more on in the future. The word academy, Frankie, Ruby Frank is from the Utah area, and there are a few other people that are really interesting. So yeah, it's a little bit weird. And then he's listed and shown on the photo on the left and their podcast, which you can see right here. So it's talking about it. It's, you know, if you were looking for Gymnastics Mindset Academy, check out their new podcast and website, Gymnastic Mindset Academy. So they like split off. I think that's why there's so many different things going on. There are hundreds of episodes still available. Amy, if you're seeing this, I can't believe that you're watching this. If you are, or someone clipped this, cool. Hi. You're a fun person to look at on the internet. So that was fun. Well, you're kind of fun. You kind of got a lot going on. You should probably clean it up a little. Yeah. So the most interesting thing to me, this is 100% something that could be nothing. But when I look at the logo on the Wayback Machine of the Pro Athlete Coaching, so Pro Athlete Coaching, Amy Twigs, Certified Life Coach. You know what I see? You know what I see? I see a weird triangle square thing. And all I could think of from the aerial view is what the UVU campus looked like in the triangle at the front and the back that Charlie sat at on September 10th. And a lot of these things I think make me uncomfortable, between the lightning bolts, between this weird logo, out of all the other logos. It's like, come on, you have a backbend stick figure on your wall, and then all of a sudden you have this pro athlete coaching box thing with your name on it. I'm like, Amy, what is going on, Amy? I mean, I don't really understand how this is going on here. And we're going to dive into how I feel like Lance symbolically also did the same thing in a lot of ways. Again, these are my 100% opinions. I am not alleging anything other than the fact that this is a really weird logo, because the other thing, when you look at this from an aerial view, is this logo here has 3 boxes, okay? When you think of where we're told that Tyler Robinson was, he was, I believe, 3 buildings away on the 3rd floor. So take that with what you will, but when you look at this from an aerial view compared to the other, and I'm working on some graphics of that, you have the corner of that building that you have someone sitting on, apparently is what we're told. And then you also have the person that's happening to in the bottom corner. So I'm just saying it's a little bit weird. It's a little bit weird. So then we're going to go back into Ryan. I just wanted to put that little coinkydink in there because I thought it was weird. Again, could be nothing. I don't like it either. It is weird, but I don't believe anything happens without a reason. I think that there's a reason for everything. We just might not understand it. I also don't really believe in weird coincidences like that when you're using a stick figure as a logo before, like a duct tape stick figure type thing on your wall. But I'm like, what's going on here? Who's the sheep dipper? Why did you move to Texas and open a nonprofit if you didn't want to be on the radar? So then Amy's website's interesting. She's talking about a lot of things on there. Baseball. This one says hesitation, create an affirmation. Failure, create an affirmation. Burned out, injured, mentally stuck, unable to talk to coaches and owners, lost the love of the game, affirmation. But all those affirmations didn't solve anything. In fact, they made me question my capability inside and outside my sport. I was full of frustration and burdened by disappointment. I tried everything to change. I went to sports psychologists. I worked with sports nutritionists. I met with sports therapists. I did visualization. I created keywords. Nothing worked. I thought I was ready to break up with my sport. I thought real change was impossible. I thought success and gold medals were for someone else. Then I learned the truth. But it didn't come until after I was done with my personal career in sports. I learned that my failures were driven by my thoughts. And she talks about cognitive stuff in there. I just think that's weird. I don't know. So Ryan is also listed on one of the Wayback Machine articles, or one of the Wayback Machine websites on here, saying our co-founder, Ryan Barton, has owned numerous successful businesses and has helped hundreds of families and individuals overcome challenges, increase their positivity to live more inspiring lives. Ryan is an inspiration to us all. We have boss babes and boss boys out here. Oh my gosh. Actually, what the heck? No, it's a wrong Ryan. Okay. For a second, I was about to be really weirded out. But also, if I saw a YouTube live of one of my friends being mentioned, I would probably send them the link. So if one of them is here, listen, I would love to have you on the show. I would love to have you on the show. I don't know how to interview someone else. Never done it before live. Willing to do it. But you're going to have to answer a lot of questions. And Ryan Burton, you are not Ryan Barton. So I think we're safe unless you couldn't get the username. But I was about to die. Oh, Curious Joel says, do you try to swing bat but bat don't swing? Come to coach of bats and balls. We do sports stuff but not things. Come get your swing bat with balls, coach. Call Coach Balls. Okay, I am literally dead. I am dead. Bro, I wish a grown man would refer to himself as a boss boy. Listen, we got boss boys out there on that MLM thing next. I bet that's what's going to happen. I don't know. Just a theory. Someone create the next MLM where it's like something about conspiracy theories or something, and it would just be cool. Okay. So, Ryan has a lot of businesses. We're going to go into one that I think is a different connection today. I'm going to go over the ones that I thought were the weirdest, but then we're going to do a deep dive on just him, but I wanted to show how I think he's connected. So, I do believe Ryan Barton is Joseph Ryan Barton. And the reason why I think that is because of his Facebook. So he does have a lot of different LLCs he's listed with, and these do correlate to the state filings as well, but this is the easiest way to show it. We have Eagle Rock Counseling, Coaching and Meditation, Mediation in Utah and St. George. And we have a lot of them on there. And the one that I thought that was the most interesting, I'm looking at the wrong screen again. I was trying to zoom in. I did not zoom in. We have a Kirk scholarship, guys, in Utah, in Farmington, Utah, in 2008 to 2009. There's a Kirk scholarship. I don't know what that is, but I would like to know. If anyone knows what the Kirk Scholarship Foundation is, if you are a Kirk Scholarship Foundation recipient, and you know what that is, and you received that before SOS Liberty was founded in 2013 and before TPUSA was even an LLC nonprofit, I would love to find out. What is going on. Also, if the scholarship would like to become active again, you can sponsor me. I will not do anything you say, but I'll take your money. Okay. And, I just exited everything at once. That is so fun, and that is so bright with all of the screens going on. Give me 1 second. I lost everything. I don't even know how to get it back. That is so fun, guys. I can see myself on one of them. And then I lost my presenter view. So give me 1 second. Stop sharing. Present. That's fun. I did that. That was me. Interview. Okay. Got it. Woohoo. Share screen. Okay, and I'm getting it back up. So thank you for bearing with me as I mess that up. Okay, so I do give a lot of DOMs, so many that it had to be perfect. I was not about to let it not be perfect. So, all right, and moving on. So Joseph Ryan Barton, you are an interesting dude, my dude. Also, that's a nice mustache. You know, I feel like it takes a lot of skill to grow a mustache like that. I'm not really sure how you do it, how it happens. That's cool. A lot of men can't do that. I don't know. You know, it's just amazing. It's a nice mustache. If any men in the chat have any feedback, I think that's a lot of mustache. That's a big rock on his fiance's hand who just met recently. I did want to mention this guy and his connections are the weirdest things I've ever seen in my life. So we're just going to rip this Band-Aid right off. Like if a piece of duct tape was over his mustache and ripped out all of it, like you're getting your eyebrows waxed for the first time. He is an owner at a yard care and sprinkler repair company. So he does have some LLCs that are lawn care, home improvement, things like that. That's what they're doing. So we're going to go into that next. This is some pictures of Ryan. He has horses. Okay. He's a horse guy. This is a nice smile he's got going on there. He's got the Hawaiian necklace. He might need a permit for this flex. He has a little kid car. He likes country. He's a countryman with his country horses. And then that picture, he's like an old one. He's like, this is what I put on my dating website to find my hot girlfriend wife thing. And this is Ryan Barton, J. Ryan Barton, because he also has that on his. Why do you not have your first name on there, sir? Why? I just want to know, like, is your dad named the same name as you? It doesn't make sense. This is like so weird to me. Do you not want to be found? Why do you not want to be found? Why? It's like, I want to know, sir. I want to know why you throwing those hands up with these people over here. You're just throwing hands. He's in 7 Elements of Wellness there. And, they have some nice posts, even though it's a private group. I thought about joining. If you guys are interested in joining or you're interested in diving into any of these people, they have people that are really into wellness and your well-being, and they talk about the relational element of events. At this one, they have physical, spiritual, nutritional, relational, emotional, mental, and financial. And I bet it's not an MLM. So, it's going down a week from Thursday in 2021. I did want to say most of these coaching things are all before Ruby Frank gets in legal trouble in Utah as well. And there's a lot of coaching going on mentally between a lot of people. And it's kind of a weird, low-key pyramid scheme is what I feel like it is. Maybe you did get help from that, but a lot of that you can do yourself as well. You don't have to pay thousands of dollars to do. You just have to make habits and don't believe everything you think. A lot of what you think is not true. So don't be so hard on yourself. And you wouldn't have to pay someone thousands of dollars to do it. And I know that's not an easy thing to hear or say or do, okay? Because we've all been there and been not nice to ourselves. But you should be nice to yourself. You should. You've been through a lot. We've all been through a lot. So here he is again, that nice photo. He's doing Boy Scout things in 2016. And then he has desert dumpsters he is posting about. So if you're in that area, guys, if you are in that area and you need a freaking dumpster, you want to go dumpster diving, call this man up, call this business up. He may not own this one. He may be a part of it, but he wants you to know there are no delivery fees and no rental fees. It's just per dump. You pay per dump. I don't know if he wipes when you pay per dump, but you could always get a bidet. It's fancy out in Utah. You could get a bidet. You could get a bidet. I like this one. You should be nice to yourself. You've been through a lot. We've all been through a lot. We have 2020, 2001. Most of us have lived through insane things. It's crazy. And we still have soy boys out here. This one made me think of, Joel, the Desert Dumpsters Dead Body Disposal. That is a business name someone could come up with, and it reminds me of Yellowstone so much in the train station. I watched Yellowstone a lot. Okay, and then we got more. This is not all this man does. He is looking for employees for a few years and a lot of things going on. So in 2020, he's talking about that positive thinking again, and this one's called Positive Power Coaching with J. Ryan Barton. And he's telling you, and this post is saying in 2020 that he shared, that you can boost your company's income. A positive working space and mindset can increase revenue by 30%. You may go in debt for it though. Calling today to schedule your six-week company positive mindset training. So if you guys are interested, call it up, test it out, figure it out. This guy obviously has enough time to coach you and runs his businesses successfully at the same time. So I would trust them. Yeah. Looking for employees so he can be a boss boy. He is. He may have a lot of jobs coming up in the Utah area in the next couple years. He needs people that are not him. So this isn't the weirdest thing about J. Ryan Barton. but he does have 4 seasons yard care, and he's hiring in all positions. So he's looking for a maintenance foreman, a maintenance laborer, and a cleanup crew. That is a lot going on for maintenance in a yard care company. And I'm going to be honest with you. How many of you live in an area where you see like more than 3 or 4 people on a job? And I feel like if you see that many people on a job, you're in a bigger area or you're looking at a big job. Most of the time when someone does lawn care or something, it's small teams. I've never seen like a foreman and a laborer. What are you doing? Putting in new backyards, brand new pool. You're like delivering palm trees, making it go wild out there. I mean, what are you doing? So they have a lot going on. He's looking for you in 2018, 2016, obviously a success because he's looking for laborers in 2016, full-time, 40 hours a week. That is insane to me that he is looking for someone full-time in 2016 for $9 to $11 an hour. I graduated high school in 2013 and I was being paid $9 an hour at my job I had at 16. That's insane. That is insane. I think I was actually paid over that by the time I graduated. So minimum wage at that time was $7.25 when I got a job. So I don't know any adult that could support their family on that, I guess, unless you were living frugal. You could pray about it though, and that may help. Or he could coach you. You could pay him to coach you. This boss boy is out there and he can coach you on how that $9 could become 30% more. If you think positively about it and have a positive environment like 4 Seasons Yard Care. I'm sure they have great meetings and pizza days. So then in 2019, the pay goes up. It's $11 to $18 per hour. That is just insane. So he's hiring a maintenance foreman, a maintenance laborer, and a cleanup crew, and a landscape laborer, and more. Dot. Is that 6 dots? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's either 6 or 7. 6, 7. I don't even know what that means, but I know kids are saying that these days. So we're going to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7 dots. That is a lot of, what does that mean? And more. What more are you hiring for? Like a scissor cutter for the grass? Like, do you have what do you call a topiary modeler artist thing? A secretary? I don't know what more you would be hiring. Like, just put the title, bro. It's kind of weird. I don't know what is going on. What? Oh my gosh. I just read one of the comments and I am literally dead. Oh, they, okay. So, I tried to zoom in on the wrong thing because I'm trying not to. So in 2020, he's saying that our clients are our heroes. Thanks for your love and business. We are looking forward to making your yard as beautiful as we can. Don't forget to share your beauty and talents with others. 4 Seasons Yard Care LLC. In this photo that has no yard care in the photo. Like, my husband's obsessed with the yard and he loves to mow. And if my husband saw that, better be far off in the distance, like a tree or something. If that's like uneven ground by this, I think it is. Who picks that? This guy doesn't like yards. I don't even think this guy's looked at a yard if he thinks this is an acceptable photo for that. I mean, get a roller thingamabob, make it even. I mean, you need a scissor cutter. Somebody get that scissor cutter out there because he's got to get out there, hands and knees. That is uneven. That's disgusting. Those have to be trees off in the distance. I don't know what you guys are thinking. If it is the trees, I would like to know. If it's not the trees, that's still a weird, I don't like, what's the landscaping going on there? So, there's the picture again. It's a video. I'm going to have the video on the next one. Marsh, you should try to get that video today before it's gone, if it's gone. I do like the shark. I did want to mention AdFleet made me a video. I woke up to the video, taking a little bit of a side shortcut. So you can either come on the shortcut or not. And I did want to say AdFleet made a video for me and surprised me with it. And it was the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. And it made my entire day. I woke up, I cried because it was just so kind and so nice. I read some of the comments. They were so kind and so nice. And yesterday I had the weirdest thing happen on my live. I literally thought it was a joke. And Real Barron Podcast was in the chat and said, still here. And I thought that my friends were playing a prank on me because I seriously thought that it was not him for some reason. I don't know. I just never thought that that would happen. There were like 40 people in the chat, and now there's more than double that today. So this is kind of crazy for me. And I thought it was a joke, and I tried to play it cool and not cry. I'm also not a cool person. I told you I'm not cool. And it was real. It felt fake. And then I get off. I have a total, I had a brain malfunction because I was like, oh, I really think he should see this. And then I didn't have it fully where I wanted it to be. And I should have just stopped because I was trying to show something. But it was the craziest day. Never thought that would happen. Woke up to today. I had less than 400 followers on YouTube. I have over 1,000 right now. I have no idea how that happened either. I am forever grateful. I have randomly cried throughout the day, just being full of gratitude, because I do feel called to yap. I don't know why. Some people might not like my yapping, and that's okay. You don't have to. But I've always felt compelled to be a host. I love hosting things. Do I like being on camera? Not so much. But do I love talking and making people feel special, loved, and heard? Yes. So I want people to feel heard. And what better way to do that than for you guys to hear me? Ha ha ha. Just kidding. I'm kidding. But I do love the community and I love research, and I have a lot of things that I found that are impossible to show in a super chat, and people don't like X for long posts. So I am the same username on X if you'd like. I started posting a lot of my research, and you guys are seriously making my entire day just seeing all of these kind words. So, okay. All right. So moving on, Barron has opening statements. Dom needs her yaps. Dom yaps. All right. I will try. I do like writing. The grammar's horrible. Educated in a cornfield in the middle of 4 of them. We're going to go back to Ryan here because this is a crazy, crazy one. So the pay is better. They still don't have scissor cutters. They need to get that so that that yard's even. They get every last strand of grass or whatever you call that. So every last strand of grass. And then this is his wonderful, beautiful 4 Seasons yard care. What do you call this? A trailer? I almost called it a wagon. I'm not that country, but I almost called this a wagon. And here it is with the logo. I do want to say, guys, I don't know who these people are using for their logos, but I think that you could have gotten a different one on the internet for almost all of these businesses. It's like they didn't even look more than 5 seconds. They don't even go to the second page of Google. They're using the first page on the Google. I don't know. I do love corn a lot. My husband actually makes ethanol, racing ethanol, and I have a corn stalk tattooed on my leg because corn pays my bills. And sweet corn is like my favorite thing in the universe. I could eat it all day when we have the fair. Sometimes we go twice a day so that I can get sweet corn. And I literally have little flossers that I take in my fanny pack with me, and I like give them to other people that are eating the sweet corn. I'll buy like 2 of the ears of corn, and I'm just sitting there eating the corn. It does. Corn pays my bills. Corn pays my bills. Corn pays my super chats to Barron, and that's what makes this world go round. Okay. So basically, Corn, I was trying to think of something better to say. I'm going to have to think of that. Corn fritters are amazing. I have never had those. I'm going to have to try it. I'll try it. I like corn. Corn pays my bills. It does. It pays my bills. So, Joel, I think a lot of people have that happen. A lot of people have that happen. I've always loved corn though. So I love corn. Could eat it all day, every day. I do want to mention something though. On this Ryan Barton's Facebook, J. Ryan Barton's Facebook, he has rolls of turf grass. It's not turf, it's grass though, right? It's like real grass. I actually don't know the real name of this. If you do, congratulations. But this is rolls of grass. And we know about these rolls of grass. It's sod. Sod is the correct term. Thank you, Marsh, coming in like the guy on Joe Rogan. Jamie. Thank you, Jamie Jr. I zoomed in on the wrong thing. All right. So we have sod rolled up in the UVU courtyard, all up in here. My question is, do you put sod down when you are putting pavers over it? I don't know what part of the picture, what part of the process this is in. I don't think that's normal. What I thought with pavers is that you had to have a complete even, and I do have a friend that is really good friends with a landscaping person. So, okay, thank you. I knew that. I knew you would know that, Marsh. So we've been looking into the permits and stuff. But I did want to say, this makes no sense to me that you would have rolls of sod like that if you are putting them down, unless you're taking them away. And then it also makes no sense to me that you have that rolled up like that, just ready to go. Like, this picture doesn't make any sense to me. And these are actually from the unsealed Tyler Robinson court documents. And then this one on the left here is J. Ryan Barton, who is business partners with Amy Twigs and their mental coaching businesses, also having a photo of 22,000 square feet of sod in 2012. So this guy has the sod hook up. He is sodding that sod. He is sogging it up with the sod. 44 pallets worth. And tomorrow's going to be a busy day. I did want to mention, I don't want to cause any rumors, room for speculation, or anything like that. You can come to your own conclusions on your own. However, I do not think directly at this time that this is related to the owner, Daniel Merrill of Hardscape, Utah. However, I do think there are some weird things and threads that I've pulled on a little bit, because Daniel is pictured here. He's reviewed by Edward Thomas. If you want to talk about some amazing guys, that would be Daniel and his crew. I can't say enough. I do landscaping, but do not specialize in hardscapes. I was asked to put on pavers under a very tight time frame, and I needed help, so yada, yada, yada. Daniel is the Hardscape Utah owner. They have trailers. They have a lot of things. They have a lot of weird LLCs as well. I don't know. I'm not them. Yeah, it's Hardscape. It is. And they have a few things. Hey, hi from St. George. My best friend lives in St. George. I've been there twice, and I love the area. I could not fathom the price of a home there because it's like the price of a home in Hawaii. But I do love all of the people of Utah. I love swig. I love how many soda places you have out there and all of the sugar-free options. I like a good drink. Those are some twig rolls. You are correct. They look a little bit interesting. You know, they do. There's an ethanol plant here too. They have straight. It's interesting how corn makes a lot of different things. So, oh my, these comments, I am dead. Corn is life. I do agree. Oh, we don't have a swig here. We have a 7 brew. I actually got one today. It's totally watered down. The gold standard bidet blows you clean of corn all day. Okay, I'm going to not read these because I'm going to laugh and then I'm going to hate my laugh on camera. But my face is hot. My face is hot from that being funny. Sod cutter is a machine kind of like a lawnmower, cuts the sod off the ground a couple inches below the soil. Then you roll it up like carpet to transport it. Okay, that's interesting. And I also, though, for me, it's a little bit weird, I guess, that you would even do that. Like if there were not pavers there already, I don't understand why you would just cut it up. And I feel like that's a very suspicious thing within itself. Also, how those permits work, we're going to do a whole show on it in the actual DCFM permits because those are all under, the DCFM is under Spencer Cox. I have a X thread that I reposted some of what I'm going to cover on there, but the permits make no sense. The areas are not in any of the projects. It's not in the previous fiscal year stuff. Spencer Cox had a meeting with DCFM at a very suspicious time. Spencer Cox's brother-in-law, who's also in politics, is a adjunct professor at UVU, and there's a McKell, that's the name, brother-in-law, that is also on the emergency services team at Utah Valley University. So Spencer is a weird guy. He was an actor. I guess that he plays a really good role. Maybe Charlie Kirk and him were not tight. So I also used to have a sign where I put, I wet my plants is legit. I had a sign that says, sometimes I wet my plants because I like plants a lot. I am saying Spencer Cox, COX. I am dead. That if it sounds like I am not saying COX, I will never say that out loud again. Yes. So I did get that from your comment. Sometimes I wet my plants, but it doesn't make sense to me that you would put down pavers where there were no pavers before and that you would need it in such a tight turnaround time when it wasn't on anything that had a proper permit. Because, you know, I have a friend, a really good friend who works with architecture and permitting and all of that stuff. And in Utah and everything else, especially that close to water and with dirt and everything, you have to go through a lot of hoops to get that approved. And it was not through the correct legal process. So you're not supposed to do things within a certain amount of water and anything that disturbs dirt, from what I understand. So it's a little bit weird. Yeah, it's bizarre because I'm like, well, why would you want pavers right there? Like there were no pavers there before. And also Marsh and I looked at this whole area, and Charlie goes, Max, I'm sorry, I keep calling him Marsh because that's what I call him. This looks like the most hazardous place I've ever seen in my life. Who was like, you know what? Let's have a bunch of layers. Let's have water with a bunch of weird paver-like things over here. You're not going to know if you're playing Jenga, if you're going to go for a swim, if you're going to get electrocuted because there's water and then there's these weird pipe things coming out of the ground. I don't even know what that is. But we're going to move on because it gets weirder. So we have J. Ryan Barton, right? And then we have Jesse Barton, the brother. And this is who he has listed as his brother on his Facebook. So I'm not assuming this is his brother. Maybe he just has a guy with the same last name who's in the military saved as his brother. It is, so it's an extremely hard design to get permitted in the US for a number of reasons. So, oh, okay, sorry. I did not realize because I was trying to stay on track so that I wasn't being silent reading something. I see what Wet Plants is saying. Those aren't new rules. They are removed rules. So I would like to know where those are at. Where'd they put them? Did they burn them or something? Did they take him out with his dumpsters? Where'd you put those dumpsters at? You know? Where'd you dump those dumpsters? we should go on the hunt for that, guys. I have my hat. I could get new binoculars. We could go on out there. I love Utah. I'm a fast driver. So if you guys want to pretend like we're in a race car, we could go for it. And, you know, trust me. And they do. Yeah, I did have that on there. If we go back, it is right here. And this is Edward Thomas who subs it out, and Hardscape's on here. But Hardscape also has like 3 different, they have a lot of weird LLCs going on between Daniel Merrill and his father. And the address actually has like 3 businesses within the business. They also have a really weird, what do you call that? The whole CDL license thing or permit. It's a little bit weird going on. So, do they have, oh, wow. All right. Oh, wow. Let's dumpster hunt after gorilla trekking. Yeah. Well, we could dumpster hunt and then go gorilla trekking because it's kind of a long plane ride. Unless you're Lindsey Graham, then you would do it every 2 weeks. But you guys, I say we could go dumpster hunting every 2 weeks until we find it. Until we find it. I think Barron mentioned someone told him they were placed somewhere on campus but hasn't been able to get definitive proof. That's true, or where they are on campus. Thank you. Thank you. Heavy on the corn gas. Actually, ethanol, I have a flex fuel vehicle, does run in my car. And when I go fast, I do like the smell of my car. It smells pretty good. All right. So we're going to go back to what's going on here with these weird boys. These are boss boys. They are not messing around. Look at him giving that speech. He says, give me that microphone. Give me that microphone. I have a lot to say with these pageant girls behind me. I have so much to say. They look so happy to be here today. They look so happy. So he does have Jesse Barton listed as his brother, and this is J. Ryan Barton, just so you can see here, his brother, the pageant people behind him, and this is a post where he's tagging him. J. Ryan Barton is with Jesse Barton. Today I am proud of my little big brother. As he spoke at Grantsville Cemetery, he delivered an inspiring, heartfelt Memorial Day talk. I will forever be proud to be an American and proud to be his brother. An amazing example and hero to me. Love you, Jesse Ray. Jesse Ray Barton, you are J. Ryan Barton's hero, and you're JJ. I wonder if your mom did that on purpose. So, moving on. These girls look so happy to be here. I mean, I think they may have taken Deering acting studio classes in Arizona with TPUSA and Erica, because these people have skills and they are there. I love too how like one of them is being very proper. And then the other one is like, yeah, I'm just going to cross my legs. The other one's like, you know what? I'm going to be a royal princess one day. I must never cross my legs. And then the other one's like, well, crossing them. And I'm here. I didn't even want to be here. And one of them has an Easter basket. So that's some serious business going on. Jesse Barton, interesting guy. Interesting guy here. He's with his military bros. They all look legit. Look at that patch, guys. Look at that patch. You see that patch? Where do we know that patch? Does anyone know where we know that patch? March, if you could send me the link to the other person with that patch, that would be great in our chat. I would love that. I would love that because I see that patch again and again, and I forgot to put it in here. And then we have this guy with the cool shades. I don't even know what that is. Is he gonna, what do you call that? My dad would be so mad that I don't know the name of that because is he gonna weld in those glasses? Is he welding? He's welding. All right. He has fishing glasses here, Jesse Barton does, on his nice cruise. I wonder where they went. He is from Utah. Says it on here. He's in Utah National Guard, Monticello, Utah. He worked as a recruiter. So you could say that's interesting or not interesting. That's up to you. I did want to talk about Jesse Barton, the brother, and where he had a rental property, though. So on his Facebook, and you can see it here in the middle, Jesse, so you can see this is him, is posting and says, in 2022, we honestly wondered if this day would ever come. This past weekend, we completed the remodel on the big window house. The last nearly 5 months have been a blur, spending most of those weekends traveling back and forth. I am certainly glad to have done it. Thank you so much for all who help. You know who you are. We couldn't have done it without you. We are taking reservations. Nights are starting to fill up. If you are planning a trip to southeastern Utah or are looking for a place to hold your next family reunion, we would love to be your host. Feel free to check out the link below. Guess what, guys? You cannot book to stay here anymore. You can't do it. I tried. Okay, because I thought about, you know what? I want to go see what this is like. I want to stay there, feel it out, see if it is a nice place for a family retreat. I'll take my family. I'll take my whole family. I don't think they'll fit. I got a big family. And this is a picture of the vehicles here that if you see in any other pictures, September 10th, 2025, I do think that you should probably pay attention for these vehicles we have going on here if you're bored, because they may be of interest to you because you will never guess where this rental property is right by. This rental property, Monticello, Utah, is just north of Blanding, Utah. Blanding, Utah. So the guy who is business partners with Amy Twigs, Ryan Barton, Ryan Barton, his brother, who is a recruiter in the military, Jesse Barton, has a rental property north of Blanding, Utah. And it looks like it's a nice place, but I don't understand why this place is no longer for rent. I have no idea. So, when we're moving on, I wanted to say, and I tweeted at Alex Jones in December of last year, and I asked, does this tie into the medical flights for Blanding? Alex, there's some weird nuclear stuff in Utah, deals that relate to weird flights to Provo, Utah. I truly believe this is Podesta and Bilderberg type planning continued. And I tagged real Baron Coleman and real George Webb 1. So this is tweeted in December 16th of 2025 by Ben Reminded. And he's replying to someone else. And he's saying, can you check this plane? And saying, a medevac from Blanding on the 10th of September, mentioned by Baron Coleman, ends up in Orem. It is assumed it could be being used by Phil or for Phil Lineman. He said it broke its scheduled pattern twice. And this person, Eric Rosenwald _Eric on September 15th of 2025 is asking, did a private contractor photo surveillance aircraft take detailed photos of Utah Valley University campus just prior to the Charlie Kirk shooting? So it's a little bit interesting when you think about all of that. And I'm going to pull up the link here. So if you give me 1 second, Marsh, I want I want to come back to this, Marsh. Is this link that you have in here for me, is this the one? Oh, I do see that one though. But I want the link to the Blanding, Utah, or the graph showing the flights from Blanding to Provo specifically, because I think there were medevac flights that Baron had spoke about that I wanted to tie in here. So I'm sorry. But if you could, that would be great. Thanks. Okay, so moving on, because it gets weird. All right, this is the place you could rent it and frolic through those grounds at one point in time, but you can no longer do that, my people. You can no longer do that. The kids enjoy it. They have pool if you're into billiards or pool, whatever you call it, no matter how fancy you are. And beautiful is beautiful. December is a beautiful time of year in this neck of the woods. They have had a wonderful year in 2022, and they are more excited for 2023. 4 bedrooms, magnificent view with a camper. It's interesting. This is a picture of another, I don't know what you call this. It's not a badge, but it's a patch. Another patch on his arm. This is Jesse Barton again. And this is with his mom who passed away. So it's very sad. And I do feel bad for him that he lost his mother. But the reason why I'm showing this picture is that I wanted to show this is the brother, Jesse Barton, who is connected to Amy Twigs' business partner. And this patch was kind of weirdly hard to find. It is, from what I understand, the U.S. Army's 204th Maneuver Enhancement Brigade patch. And it's a major unit in the Utah Army National Guard, headquartered at Camp Williams Readiness Center in Riverton. And it is interesting on the years that it was approved and everything else. It says activation on September 1st, 2010. The focal point is the MEB unit patch with a red castle, and they have a lot of other things going around with it. When you look at this, so this is the 204th Maneuver Enhancement Brigade patch. And then when you're looking at the brigade, they got a lot of things going on here. They got a lot of mountains that look very familiar. We're going to dive into next when we go over just this guy. But I did want to mention this is Bluffdale, the area. They have a lot going on. They have that red light. I bet that they have red light bulbs in their room. I do. You should not have real light bulbs in your room when you're trying to go to bed and stuff. That's not good for you. They must like their skin. So they have a lot of flags. Is this the Chinese flag? What is that going on there? That is I just realized all those flags are going on there. I don't know anything about the military, so I'm not going to pretend to right now. I did want to mention this J. Ryan Barton has a company that I found to be the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. It's called Bolo Sourcing Corporation. Now, do I feel confident that this is the same Ryan Barton? Well, because it says Salt Lake City, I'm sure that it's somewhat plausible. It could be him. Not saying it is him, but I did want to say a BOLO is a police alert for a crucial law enforcement tool that stands for Be on the Lookout. It's a notification system used by police departments to quickly spread information about suspects, missing persons, or vehicles of interest. And there's a Ryan Barton in August of 2024, 1 year ago, opening Bolo Sourcing Corporation in Utah. That's interesting. And then when you see the website that I do think was directly related, and we'll dive into this more, it did seem to be somewhat of a sourcing company. And they are trusted by businesses across the USA and Europe for reliable manufacturing partnerships and exceptional service and delivery. They have a lot of things going on here. It's about supply chain. It looks like they had some website help from some other people we know. I'm going back real quick because I was told to. So 1 second. I don't know. I'm on page 52 for the patch photo, and I do not see the patch photo. Marsh, I think I'm seeing that late. Yeah, I am. Now I wanted I'm looking in the wrong spot. Hold, please. All right. So moving on, I also wanted to mention this comedy club, this electric comedy night, is also shared by J. Ryan Barton on his Facebook. And it is shared in August of 2020. And I just wanted to mention the weirdest thing about this is that this logo for electric comedy, we will compare all of the lightning bolt things in an episode where we just go under it. Oh, okay. Thank you, but I did not see it. I will go back to that. I don't think it's page 52, so that's why I was confused. Or maybe mine shows as a different page. But this looks just like the Superfeed logo. So that's not weird at all. And my Martin Morrow, he looks like he loves to laugh electrically with all of the lightning around him. I don't know this many things with this many people that are involved with each other that have the same logo everywhere else. I mean, lightning bolts. I'm like, what's going on? That's like the equivalent to if everyone in my life had a corn logo on things and somebody passed away and you guys were looking into it and corn might be related to why I passed. And it was just everywhere. So you were really confused. I don't even know how that happens. I did want to mention he was coaching outdoors, and Positive Power Coaching has these giant hand smasher puncher things. Mitts, gloves, I don't know what they are, but it's weird. And he does look like he has one of those that kind of looks like Joe Rogan. It could be him. We got a man bun. He is not no soy boy. He is a boss boy having the best day ever. And he likes boats. Okay, so I am going back real quick because I did want to compare this to this. So in this photo right here, we have the patches. I'm zooming in the wrong spot. All right. So we have the logo, the patch on his arm. That's blurry. This is Barton, I believe. Then this is his patch. And then this is the patch of the guy we see by Lori and shaking hands with Erica. The patch of Lori, let's look at the patch of Lori. Let's zoom in right there. Wow, that's a patch. I don't know if all of those patches are the same, but this patch looks a little bit different over here. I mean, this one's different too. I don't know. It's kind of eerily similar to me. It may be nothing. I just wanted to point that out that I thought it was a little bit bizarre. So I'm going to go back to where we were because we are getting on to the interesting things. More interesting, I guess. It's all interesting. So we have Tyler Twigs, Jerry Tyler Twigs, who is Lance Twigs' father. He's involved in these same active businesses. And then he also has Dixie custom jetted tubs. And there's a family trust, a Pro Mindset LLC he's involved with, Greystone Development. And then I did want to mention, in October of 2025, there is an LLC open, Greystone Basement Rental. I mean, I don't know, maybe get a little bit more original than a street name and things is how I feel about it, but people like patterns. And so then we have Tyler Twigs. I went over this a little bit. He went on his mission in Colombia, and he is in the Latter-day Saints Church. And then he is the tubs guy and handyman. You go to his Google, you go to that Dixie tubs, and people act like Tyler Twigs. He could come into your life and make a broken tub change your entire life around. He could come into your life and repair a tub just by talking to it. Is how I feel like. I mean, he literally probably could piece together the homework that your dog ate or a letter that someone ripped up that was under a keyboard that they took a picture of, because I just feel like he's that great. He just seems that great. He has a tubs truck. He is in the newspaper with the tubs. He has this cool looking building thing. It's either his or the other one. He started tubs kind of with another guy, and in 2001 there was an influx, and within 5 years of it forming, though, in 1995, Turbo Tubs was successful, and Tyler Twigs opened the second store. So it's a little bit weird because people say hot tubs. It looks like Tyler Twigs is working on all tubs when you look at those reviews, and he's coming in there and he's that tub repairman. It sounds like a soap opera. I don't know. all I can say is if you have a tub, you live anywhere around, I guess now Houston, you could give them a call. You don't have to call Ghostbusters. You can call Tyler Twigs at Dixie Tubs. And we have grandparents of Lance Twigs. So if the whole Amy thing didn't make you tired, this probably will. We have Jerry Douglas Twigs, and this is the grandfather of Lance Twigs, the paternal grandfather of Lance Twigs. Interesting guy. He's the first pediatrician in the St. George area, and it's a little bizarre. They have a lot of different companies going on here. So he's involved with JVB Properties, Boulder Homeowners Association, Jerry D. Twigs, JKT Holdings 4, Jerry and Kelly Investments, Dixie Custom Jetted Tubs, Dixie Pediatrics. He has these family limited partnerships, Dixie Creditors Collection, Inc. That's interesting to me. And November of 2001 was an interesting thing. Like this one's, he's a registered agent, director, and agent from 2000 to 2001. That's an interesting timeline. September, October, November, 3 months. It's really bizarre when you look at the timeline of the mortgage in November of 2025-ish as well. So then we have Saints Tactical Supply, LLC. He has some tactical things going on. I think that's actually a typo and it's a number, so I need to update that graphic. There's a lot of different things. He has Maui Rental. He's the pediatrician, Nightlight Pediatrics, Dixie Nightlight Clinic, all of the things. I did want to mention, he seems to be a Republican. He likes to donate to the people. And I also wanted to say, I'm going to embarrass myself for a second because my friends in the chat that know me are going to know why I included this a second time. So when I was a little kid in first grade, I was in first grade when September 11th happened. And for some reason, I, as a child, thought George W. Bush was cute. And I laughed when I saw that Jerry Twigs, the pediatrician in St. George, Utah, Lance Twigs' paternal grandfather, also was a fan of George Bush. So I just wanted to say, I thought George Bush was cute. It was his humor. I'm going to say that now because I think he's a neocon, a nasty neocon now. But, you know, he was good with the jokes and good with the speaking and good at repeating what the people told him to do. And I thought he was attractive as a kid. I thought an old man was attractive. And I thought it was hilarious when I kept seeing George W. Bush. And I'm like, wow. I was over here in Indiana thinking George Bush was a little cutie pie. And Tyler Twigs, Jerry Twigs was out there donating to George Bush directly. So it's just interesting. To my credit, I was 6. You're right. I was. Oh, Curious Joel, guys, just so you know, more of a Dick Cheney kind of guy, you know, that's interesting. May he rest in peace. I still have George Bush though, so that stinks, I guess, for you. And he donated a lot to him. So, I mean, throughout the years, it was 2004 twice. That's in June. I don't know why he did it both. Money to candidates, it's the same 2 different times, and then also listed in July of 2004, and then in September and October. I'm like, why are you? I'm like, okay, but these are the other Republicans. So I just thought it was funny when I saw George W. Bush. I was like, oof. All right. His dad's yacht parties were wild, apparently. Yeah, it's interesting when you think about all the other connections these people seem to share with each other. So I did have a typo earlier. 435 Tactical LLC is something when we do the show just on Jerry Twigs, or Jerry Douglas Twigs that we have going on here. I want to make sure I'm not getting them confused. Yeah, it's Jerry Douglas because there's a lot of guys we're about to finish up on. So he was involved with 435 Tactical LLC. There also seemed to be another store they were involved with that we'll go into that I had a really hard time actually pinning down on the map. Kind of weird if you ask me. His reviews are really interesting. I went into it in part 2 of Lance Twigs, and this is a photo of him just so you can see how great he is. Everybody in these comments were so kind and said that he basically was the same doctor that his son was to the Tubbs. So he seemed to be good at his job. Here is him working on babies and holding up a baby. He likes Hawaiian shirts. He has a condo in Maui, so it makes sense. But I'm also slightly judging you if you're watching this at any point in your life, if that's your favorite island and you've been there, because, ugh. I mean, I like Maui. I would love to live in Maui versus here, but it's like there's so many people in Maui. And are you telling me you'd pick that over Kauai? I'm going to pray for you if you'd say the same thing. But, you know, he's out here wearing the Hawaiian shirts, likes them, likes the ocean, likes the babies, has a wife, has a family, a successful businessman, likes George W. Bush, seems to like the neocons. There are no cornfields in Maui. You are correct. But I could grow my own corn there year round. I have looked. Thank you, Marsh. Can you tell me what page that is? Because I will wrap up with that. And then I wanted to note this is Christine Twigs, his wife. And we're going to wrap up him in just a second. But I did want to note, just reviewing, he was on a list with the government, the FDA government, for a clinical investigator, which was one of the weird LLCs that seemed to investigate new drugs in bioresearch monitoring, which I feel like is very similar to G-Tech, E3 Tech, and some of the things on the Wayback Machine that they do, which if you know, you know. If you don't, you're a JoJo. So we have Christine Twigs. I'm just going to show these about her. Obviously, we'll go over her later on her own episode, and she gets her own share time for the lady. But we do have her here. And then she is commenting on other people's. This is a nice AI photo we got going on there. I like that for them. They're serving in the swamp. And this is the page. Their adventures of these LDS missionaries. And she is commenting right here. Are those binoculars? Does Christine have binoculars? I think it's a camera. She is from Idaho, which is about to be real relevant. But it says, Florida looks really good on YouTube. They are so lucky to have you. She's being tagged in a thing about Scotland. And then there's this really interesting post about someone, and Bruce Porter, who is a Middle Eastern linguistics scholar, institute director, and CES instructor. If you know what CES is, we'll go over that. It's the church educational system, but we'll talk about this more and how it can tie into BYU Jerusalem and everything else, which is interesting when you also see, I'm going to zoom back in. I hope you don't get road sick or whatever that's called, motion sickness, because you might now with my zooming skills. But it did say, oh yeah, discover Israel, Egypt, and Jordan. So I know about the cheese tax. I know what you're talking about. If I say cheese, I say queso to my baby girl, Callie. That's our oldest dog. It's a whole thing. I started giving her Cheez-Its. We don't give them any house food other than cheese. And that was a mistake. I can no longer eat Cheez-Its. I can no longer eat Cheez-Its. Not W. I do say it like that. George W. Bush. Okay. So I also wanted to note, talking about the grandparents of Lance Twigs, we have Linda Ruth Mason. They will get their own little section in the future. And Stephen Andrew Neal from Arizona. They are from Arizona. This is a picture of someone that visited their home, thanking them for letting them stay at their home in Mesa, Arizona. This is a picture of them that looks to be somewhat recreated. So this is them, what looks like on their wedding day. This gets, like, is this a glass door? That has to be a glass door. It is. It's a glass window door thing. I was like, what is that going on there? This is them. They're looking real nice. They have the same pose. I don't know if there were like two cameras. There's a camera over here and a camera over there, or maybe he just has his eyes on someone else. In this one, they're both looking at the same camera. So this is the grandmother. Okay. So, how the Twigs bundle with the Farnsworth, because we have a bundle of Twigs that are hopping, skitching, scopping around, and I don't know what. Amber, he does look like a nice guy. You know, he looks like that. He looks nice. That's a good way to put it. I love that. I love that. So okay. I'm kind of hungry, honestly. I could go for like a mac and cheese right now. So we're going to talk about Idaho because I don't know, but I do know that Idaho is pretty relevant here. So we have Jerry Twigs here on the left. That is Jerry Twigs. That is Jerry Thomas Twigs, who lived from March of 1993 to January of 2000. Okay? That is 2000. He was an American politician who served as a member of the Idaho Senate for the 31st District from 1986 to 2000. So if I would have told you before today that Lance Twigs' great-grandfather was a senator for over a decade, okay, so 14 years his grandpa was a senator in Idaho, would you have believed that? I wouldn't have until we started digging into a few other family trees, and I was like, what the heck? And you also would not believe how difficult it is for someone that has been a senator for 14 years. Why is it so hard to find a photo of this man? I want you to go, if you have a browser or anything on, thank you, Ember, for finding this, because we did look for a while and I looked multiple times, other than the other photos that I'm about to show you that show other people that are very weird. Why is it so hard to find a photo of a senator who served for 14 years? I mean, I know there's not a lot going on in Idaho, but it's important. I mean, we just don't have a picture of this guy. I had that many pictures of George W. Bush in 2001. And we have like 1, 2, 3 newspaper clippings of Jerry Thomas Twigs, who served for 14 years for this country, the patriot. I want to know why. Okay, I would like to know why. That's what I want to know. Why is he so hard to find? All right. So we will go back to the grandparents. They will each have their own show. So I do see that in the comments. We're about to get to something that is about to shock you so much that I still am shocked every time I go over it. So this is a newspaper clipping. Right here we have Cindy Hogen. Cindy Hogen and her son Ben walked in a funeral procession for her father, Jerry Twigs, Friday at the Church of at Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints, Blackfoot West Stake Center. She and her son gave the life sketch of Twigs during the funeral ceremony. So it says about him. Veteran state legislative leader Jerry Twigs was eulogized Friday as a devoted family man as hundreds of government officials, you heard that right, hundreds of government officials, friends, and relatives paid their respects to the late president pro term of the Idaho Senate. So the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints, Blackfoot West Stake Center, was filled to capacity for the funeral service in which much of Twigs' family participated. 15 of his grandchildren sang. His daughter gave a life sketch. Okay, so his daughter is Cindy over there on the left. And 3 of his sons offered prayers at the funeral and the gravesite. I don't know of a better tribute to him than on the occasion you bid farewell, that family pays the tribute. a successful, beautiful family. Governor Dirk Kimthrone, who had made Twigs one of his chief legislative allies, said, "If Idaho, America, and the world would look at the family of Jerry Twigs, they will find it an example of what a family should be." So it talks about a few other people here. So Kim Horn, U.S. Rep. Mike Simpson, Idaho Chief Justice Linda Koppel-Trout, House Speaker Bruce Newcomb, and hosts of legislators and other elected officials, including the Utah Senate's president pro term, were among the estimated 1,400 people who came to honor Twigs. That is crazy to me. So, sorry, I was reading some of the comments. So, all right. So, moving on here. We got a lot going on. So, I'm going to zoom. Oh, whoopsies. All right. So, So, he was a common man with uncommon wisdom. His only daughter, Cindy Hogen, recalled. Twigs was a competitor, though he saw more success on the basketball court and the golf course than on the football field, where he played quarterback in high school through a perfect 0-7 season. He was a father who expected to be obeyed, she said, and he was a firm believer in foot psychology, the constant threat of a swift kick to the backside. But he was the family fun meister. An upbeat, generous man who loosened the house rules when the family was at its vacation cabin. There was no question, Hogen said. We stood as the patriarch in the Twigs family. The same was true at the State House. Twigs was a leader not because he wore a title, but because he had honor, dignity, and respect for others, Governor Dirk Kimthorne said. Twigs looked at legislative problems the way he looked at farming problems, with an eye for solutions. I do agree that's a great trait. He was a humble man who knew his limitations. I also agree that's important. He knew a 32 big gulp would last an entire drive back to Blackfoot without having to stop, Kimpton said, pausing and smiling. Barely. I'm like, okay, is he thirsty, not thirsty? What? I mean, that's a lot of variables. So then U.S. Rep. Mike Simpson, Idaho Chief Justice Linda Koppel-Trout, House Senator Bruce Newcomb, and host legislators and other officials were among those that came to honor Twigs. Kempton was presented Sandra Twigs with a framed photograph of flags flying at half-staff over the Capitol in her husband's honor, as well as the flags themselves. All right, so Rep. Stanley Williams, Republican of Pingtree, knew Twigs as a friend long before he knew him as a State House colleague. The two farmed together at Fort Hall and had known each other since they were young. This is the most interesting thing I read about this man, and I was baffled and don't know if this man Williams was his friend or his enemy. Williams told a story about hunting pheasants with Twigs. When the pro tem was trying to train his dog, Luger, the dog would race ahead, ruining any chance the two had of making a shot. And Twigs would shout for the dog to come back. When he did it, Williams said, Twigs lowered his shotgun and nailed Luger with bird shot. It was like shooting an elephant with a BB gun, but it got the dog's attention and Williams. I knew right there, if I were somewhere and Jerry said come, was as far as Williams got before laughter drowned him out. And I was just like, what? Why are people laughing about this? So, though Williams used to tease Twigs, saying he became useless on the farm when he joined the legislature, he's long hoped to follow his friend's footsteps. William joined the House last year and planned to run for Twigs' Senate seat after Twigs retired at the end of the session. He may be their student now, but would have rather had it otherwise. We had a lot of future plans to take care of, Williams said. That doesn't sound like TPUSA at all, does it, guys? Twigs' other sons, Quinn and Ted, also prayed at the service. 14 of Twigs' grandchildren sang through tears. So, as a tribute, Williams read a poem, Men Are Two Kinds, it began. And he was the kind I'd like to be. So, and that's what's going on there. There are a few other articles about it. And there's a lot about him. There's a lot about this that I think we'll dive into when I talk about him more specifically. There's a governor, Butch Otter, which I thought was a little bit interesting. So, where am I now? I don't know, Mira. I don't know. It's about to get crazy. Yes, when we found this article, Dom's like, bro, what the heck is foot psychology? I did think foot psychology was like weird massage therapy or something. I did. I'm not quite sure why, but I just was so bad. I didn't even finish reading it. I was like, oh my gosh, I have to find out what foot psychology is right now. And then some of the people I sent it to laughed at me. So, because Marsh did say this to me. He said that to me next. I thought the same thing. Is it palm reading? I don't know. Are you reading a foot? Like, does it tell a lot about you? Are you lazy? Do you stand on your feet? Do you use your feet? I don't know. So, he's also been called the favorite legislator other people have worked with. So I did want to talk about that. I did want to also say, it's a little bit weird when you look at the other medical officers or medical places and things that are on that same FDA list that Jerry Douglas Twigs find himself on in Utah. So I think it's kind of hard. You see a lot of colleges, the Medical University of South Carolina, guys. And then we have Dixie Pediatrics in St. George, Utah. I would just like to know how. What did you do, sir? Was it the senator? Like, I would like to know. That sounds a little quid pro quo, if you ask me. But what do I know? Okay. And then all right. So I have on here the clinical investigator inspection list, and Ember sent this, and thank you for sending that, Ember, but I'm just showing this again. And giving a shout out to Ember for that, because there was what the LLC is under. I was not finding actual things. So it sounded like they were doing business as, but I thought it was a little bit weird. All right. So then we have that daughter, Cindy. And Cindy is an interesting gal. So how do the Twigs bundle with the Farnsworths? That's a good question. So we have Cindy Twigs here, and this is actually from Arizona, what I'm showing you right here. And we have her here in the top left in the yellow, and she is Miss Twigs in Arizona. And we have Hero on there, which is relevant to other people with Hero. But this Hero is home economics and related occupations. So she's out there teaching home ec. She's in here. I did want to mention, very common last name, Robinson, again. But it's a little bit weird that we got one up in there. Miss Twigs, Susan Robinson, and she is out here with that hair. She is that girl. I like that cactus. That's a nice cactus. Okay. Did want to mention everyday heroes like you. Yes, heroes. With Erica right there with her heart hands. If you're interested in the International Order of Oddfellows, we did cover this in one episode a long time ago. It's probably more cringeworthy than what you're seeing today if you want to go there and make fun of me. Their website is public. I believe that is the necklace that Erica is wearing. And it's really interesting when you talk about the Order of Oddfellows, the Order of Rebecca, the beehives that are symbolized in that as well. their movement to educate the orphans, and just how it ties into the oldest secret societies in the world. I don't think that the Illuminati is what is really a secret, because it's right out in the public. And I think that's how it works a lot of the time. All right. So just wanted to mention everyday heroes like you, and Hero weirded me out. Is it weird? I don't know. You be the judge of that. You be the judge of your own things. Okay. So, all right. And this is Cindy Twigs. This is Cindy Twigs today. So the hair is a little bit different. I did want to talk about that. She is doing her hair different than we have in the 80s. Or 90s. This is the 90s, I actually think. I didn't put the year on that. My bad. But this is Cindy. And Cindy in here is friends with the Twigs family. These are people in the Twigs family. This is public. She has the nice hair. I don't know why. I feel like the difference between the first photo and this photo is that Cindy looks so beautiful on this that I think she's literally AI. We have her above this bundle of twigs. Very bad pixelation. But I mean, what the heck? She learned how to do that hair. And then we're going to talk about the bundle of twigs that I think is the most interesting thing I have ever found. So we have Ben Twigs Hogen, who is basically, he's born in 1986. And then we also have Lance Twigs. So we're going to go to the family tree, and I am going to talk this through as well. So 1 second. Okay. So Twigs and his Vigs, foot psychology, reflexology, fat feet, high arches, emotional and symbolic meaning. That is so interesting. I need to put in a cough drop. We're going to go and look under these bundle of twigs. We are. So I had this idea, and it was probably the funniest idea I've had in a long time. I was like, you know what? We're talking about some twigs. Let's put some twigs up on this family tree, just so that people only look at what we're talking about right now. And we only lifted up the bundles we need today. So here we have Lance at the bottom. We have his parents going on there. They're great. They're beautiful. They're wonderful. Here we have the grandparents, the paternal grandparents. Here we have Jerry from Idaho, his wife, Sue. So this guy right here is the senator in Idaho who passes away in 2000. Then we have his daughter, Cindy. So Cindy is his daughter, and Jerry, the pediatrician in St. George, Utah, is his son. So Jerry is the son of the senator in Idaho, and he's getting that government FDA approved list for his business. That's not weird at all. And then Cindy has this son. And when I came across this son, and let me tell you, it felt like I took a spaceship, like NASA helped me. And not only did I go to the moon, but I decided once I got to the moon, the dark side of the moon wasn't enough for me. I needed to go straight into the sun. And I needed to go straight to the sun and burn my eyeballs. Because I had seen things that I don't even know how to explain to you. I'm just going to go through it. I don't want to, I'm being too biased. So just to be clear here, Ben is Lance's first cousin once removed. So Ben Twigs Hogen, who I also think is a little bit bizarre that he's using the name Twigs as the middle name on some of his stuff still, is the first cousin once removed of Lance Twigs. So I will post this in a thread to explain all of this as well, because these things you're about to see with me are things you can never unseat. So I also think the whole first cousin once removed or whatever, who came up with that? Why can't you just say like a term that makes more sense? I want to know. I'm going to dive into that at one point. I have this huge list of things to talk about that are just random, and like cables at the bottom of the internet or the ocean that connect the internet. I said that backwards. All right. So here we have Benjamin Twigs Hogen. He also goes by Ben. We got Benny Boy here. And what I did want to say, the way I came across Ben Twigs Hogen was Ashton Farnsworth. And the way I came across Ashton Farnsworth was Amy Twigs and her wonderful coaching public profiles that she might have forgot about. So, yes, I would love that right now, Miss Legend. That would be amazing. If it's so the son with the husband, I'm going to pull it up in a minute, but if it's the same one, I did want to talk about it, but I wanted to be careful how I spoke about it. So Ashton Farnsworth is here, and this is a Farnsworth in Arizona. He's got these businesses. He's in the suit. Look at him with those headphones. He's a boss boy. Okay, I don't know why I just got that accent. But he's not just any Farnsworth. He's a Farnsworth that Hogen.lawyer. So Benjamin Twigs Hogen, who is Lance Twigs' first cousin once removed, is following these guys on Facebook. Why? Is it because you guys went to the same school in Arizona? Okay, cool. That's not weird at all. How many schools are there in Arizona? Even in the area, in Mesa. If you happen to live by the Farnsworth, there have to be a couple schools. You guys aren't in the corn out there, buddy. That's not how that works. You might think that most people in America would not know, but we're not Joes. So, this Ashton Farnsworth is not just any Farnsworth, okay? This Ashton Farnsworth is in the VIP section of Charlie Kirk's memorial in September of 2025. And he's posting it. He is posting that on his own page. That's not private. You can still go look at it if you would like. And he is putting his email address out there. Why? Are you trying to have a company pay you for that? You're going to put it in like TMZ? I don't know. The Daily Wire might reach out to you. They were there, so I don't know why. But all I'm going to say is, this is Patrick David, PBD. I wonder if he would still post this after seeing that footage of Charlie in the last couple years. I don't know. Then we got Elon up there. Mr. Musk texting Amber Heard or something about rockets. Okay. I think he kind of ruined that photo. I don't know. I also don't like the font he chose. But someone's like, this is insane. What? And all these. But guess what, guys? He is right up there with the freaking fracking pyrotechnics. So Lance Twigs' first cousin once removed is out here following a Farnsworth from the same area of Arizona where TPUSA is from. When Terrell Farnsworth filmed the event at Utah Valley University and got a little bit weird about it all with Candace. And Ben, Lance Twigs' first cousin once removed, is following this guy on Instagram, and he doesn't follow a lot of guys, okay? He does not follow a lot of guys. And Ashton doesn't even have that many followers. Ashton has 1,204 followers at the time when I took this. Maybe he has more, maybe he has less. Maybe he'll lock this down if this gets out. But I'm just saying, for someone to have 1,200 followers and to live in an area like that and be such a prominent businessman, I mean, look at his Facebook. His Facebook has over 5,000 followers. What? I mean, what? And this dude's following 1,200 people, 1,205 people. And you know who he's not following? This is why I thought it was weird. This Ashton Farnsworth is not following a single twig. Not a single Twigs. Did he unfollow him? Why would Hogen.lawyer, Lance's first cousin, be following Ashton Farnsworth on Instagram? The same guy in the VIP section? I don't know. It's a very important question. So I did want to talk about this guy a little bit more. We got a lot going on with him. And so Benjamin Twigs Hogen has a lot going on. He has some copyrights. He seems to be a writer. He writes some good stuff. He writes some good content. And he is following a lot of the other Twigs. They're following him. Amy and him follow each other. He's liking a lot of Amy's photos. I could show you literally all of the people. So in this one, he's following Kristen Twigs, which is Lance Twigs's paternal grandmother. I have no idea how to say relationships past that because it's kind of weird because his mom is her sister-in-law. So actually Kristen Twigs, I think, is his aunt. Yeah, right? I don't know. Don't quote me on that one. Don't quote me on that one. But we have a lot of other Twigs up in here. It's getting a little bit twiggy. Jessica Twigs is also involved with Lance, and also Amy commenting on the Hawaii picture I showed earlier. She comments that she would like to be like them. And we got some websites going on up in here. This is a picture of him following both Joe Farnsworth Jr. and Ashton Farnsworth. So it's not just one Farnsworth he's following. And also he has 5 posts at this time. So he's following 87 people. So out of all of his followers and follow choices, he follows 87 people and 2 of them are Farnsworths. One of those is someone publicly posting that they are in the VIP section of Charlie Kirk's memorial. That's not weird at all. That is not weird at all. So here we have Marianne Twigs, Ben Twigs. Hogen is posting a cute little heart there. Loves her apparently. And then it gets more weird. I don't even understand how this could have gotten more weird, but it did. And we got videos that are so weird. So anyways, I'm going to zoom in here. I'm trying to not zoom in on the wrong screen. That would be horrible. So here's what I could and could not confirm and not confirm. So there's websites on here. We're going to do a show just on himself as well, and just diving into him and all of his other connections. We're going to do that individually because it's a little bit dense for each person. So there's a lot of writing, and it say that this guy in 1996 is becoming aware of GeoCities, and he's talking about a lot of things with URL and the Fourth Right, all of this stuff, frontistry, geocities.com, Athens, all this stuff, and he's talking about how it works, how websites work, the English language. And then he's talking about free speech, deviation, fortune telling. I mean, there's a lot of things going on here. And he's talking about in 2008, and I don't know, maybe his father, maybe someone else, because it was a little bit hard to confirm who his father is, other than a lawsuit that I'll bring up. But in 2008, it marked a significant milestone in his life. They took a 10-year track position in anthropology at Wayne State University, which inevitably took up a chunk of his time since then. It also marked the genesis of his academic blog, Glossographia, where he posted nearly 200 short essays of relevance to academic expertise over the past 5 years, many of which overlap and are relevant to the subject matter of frontistry. Strangely enough, Glossographia has become more of what the frontistry was intended to be originally. To whatever degree a blog can actually be a thinking place or repository for half-formed ideas and a community for serious discussion. In 2013, unsurprisingly, just after all his materials went in for 10-year case, I undertook a major aesthetic refreshing of the site. updating it to better suit mobile devices and tablets, as well as desktop, laptop computers. These days, over half my traffic comes from smaller devices. Redesigning a few outdated parts and generally cleaning house, I also put together the latest major update to the International House of LaGuardia, which now has over 17,000 words in various glossaries. Over 10,000 people a day visit the site, which I think is not too shabby considering its humble origins. At this point, I've been at frontistery.info for nearly 10 years. Wow. So, who is Ben? Who is Ben? He's posting December 12th of 2025, and we're going to unpack this photo in depth with the shadows, where it's at, where I think it's at, why it was posted, when it was posted, and everything else. And who is this guy with the long sleeve black shirt going on here? Who's the guy that's wearing those types of clothes when it's that sunny and warm outside and the guy next to him is in a tank top? Who is that guy? Why does it say demon hunters? You know, I can't answer that question. I'm not him. But what I will say, as soon as I saw this photo, I said there's more to Ben. There's more to Benjamin. And there is. There is a lot about Benny Boy. He is a boss boy too. So someone says, remember that time I jumped off the swing? And Benjamin says, it happened today. Thank you for reminding me. I never ever laughed like that. It will forever bond us. Now, I have jumped off a lot of swings, and did I feel like it bonded me forever? No. But do I feel like this gentleman right here has a lot of similarities to the Fed slop that we are told is on the staircase at UVU for the photos that were released by the Salt Lake City Police Department? FBI, not police department. Excuse me, I'm not a Fed. Yeah. I don't know many people that like to wear long sleeves. As a freckled person, if I was someone that didn't want others to know I was freckled, though, I would be wearing long sleeves. Now, I'm wearing long sleeves now because I'm pale. Oh, wait, I don't even know where the camera's at. Whoopsies. But you can't really see in this lighting. I need to get better lighting. I know there's a lot of room for improvement. Sorry, guys, my voice is the only thing that's going to light this up until I change that. But it's weird. It's so weird to me. And I had more freckles growing up, so I don't have as many as an adult. But, I mean, black hat, great. I'm like, what is going on, bro? Why do you have that type of clothing? What are those shoes? Why did the tops look a little bit? Are they Hey Dudes? If anyone knows the exact type of these shoes, I don't think they're the Converse specifically, but I would like to know. Do you know this guy? Have you met him? And I'm talking this guy in the photo who's not Ben, but I want to know who this guy is that's friends with Ben and why Ben would be taking a photo like that and then saying that they're demon hunters. What demons are you hunting? What in the world? Leslie Wexner? I don't see him in this photo. And Ben likes to write. So, I also found Pam Patience very interesting. Very interesting. That's going to be a line I say all the time. You can think it's interesting or not, but her profile is really bizarre. Locked down, kind of weird. I don't know. She has a husband. She's married. So she, guys, if you think she's beautiful, she's off the market, just like Whitney. And this is a post Ben is posting, and he says, and I'm going to read this because it's so beautiful. There's a picture. It looks like him behind here, right? This guy is a boss boy so much that you will not believe his LinkedIn either. So he says, now my art of midwifery is just like theirs in most respects. The difference is that I attend men and not women. And I watch over the labor of their souls, not of their bodies. And the most important thing about my art is the ability to apply all possible tests to the offspring to determine whether the young mind is being delivered of a phantom. That is an error or a fertile truth. For one thing I have in common with the ordinary midwives is that I myself am barren of wisdom. The common reproach against me is that I am always asking questions of other people, but never express my own views about anything, because there is no wisdom in mine, and that is true enough. And the reason of this is that God compels me to attend the travail of others, but has forbidden me to procreate, so that I am not in any sense a wise man. I cannot claim as the child of my own soul any discovery worth the name of wisdom. But with those who associate with me, it is different. At first, some of them may give the impression of being ignorant and stupid. But as time goes on and our association continues, all of whom God permits are seen to make progress. A progress which is amazing both to other people and to themselves. And yet, it is clear that this is not due to anything they have learned from me. It is that they discover within themselves a multitude of beautiful things, which they bring forth into the light. But it is I, with God's help, who deliver them of this offspring. And a proof of this may be seen in the many cases where people who did not realize this fact took all the credit to themselves and thought that I was no good. They will have then proceeded to leave me sooner than they should, either of their own accord or through the influence of others. And after they have gone away from me, they have resorted to harmful company, with the result that remained within them had miscarried. While they had neglected the children I helped them bring forth, and lost them because they set more value upon lies and phantoms than upon the truth. Finally, they had been set down for ignorant fools, both by themselves and by everyone else. There is another point also in which those who associate with me are like women in childbirth. They suffer the pains of labor and are filled day and night with distress. Indeed, they suffer far more than women. And this pain my art is able to bring on, and also to allay. Well, that's what happens to them. But at times I come across people who do not seem to me somehow to be pregnant. Then I realize that they have no need of me. And with the best will in the world, I undertake the business of matchmaking. And I think I am good enough, God willing, at guessing with whom they might profitably keep company. I don't like these word choices, guys. I was educated in a cornfield. Many of them I have given away to Prodicus. I don't even know what that is. And a great number also otherwise in inspired persons. Well, my dear lad, this has been a young yarn. But the reason was that I have a suspicion that you, as you think yourself, are pregnant and in labor. So I want you to come to me, to one who is both the son of a midwife and himself skilled in the art, and try to answer the questions I shall ask you as well as I can. And when I examine what you say, I may perhaps think this is a phantom and not truth, and proceed to take it quietly from you and abandon it. Now, if this happens, you mustn't get savage with me. Like a mother over her firstborn child, do you know, people have often before now got into such state with me as to be literally ready to bite when I take something or nonsense or other from them. They never believe that I am doing this in all goodwill. They are so far from realizing that no God can wish evil to man, and that even I don't do this kind of thing out of malice. But because it is not permitted to me to accept a lie and to put away truth, so begin again and try to say what knowledge is. And don't on any account tell me you can't, for God is willing and you play the man you can. I I mean, what the heck? He put this of a picture of himself as a medical student. So maybe it's a form of some scripture, some book. I actually didn't Google it. So you can Google it. But, sorry, I'm eating a cough drop. I lost my voice a little bit from yelling so much. But, bro, what is going on with these people? I mean, who's this guy's friend? I mean, Ashton Farnsworth. You're one of the 70-some people he follows, whatever. Check on your friend, dog. Is he okay? Like, what is he doing? He's out here writing things like that on his med student picture. Check on your bud, bro. I mean, Pam Patience out here. Did she have patience? She liked the dang photo. Pam, what kind of patience you have reading something like that on a photo like that? Did you even call him? Did you text him? When's the last time you spoke to the dude? You should just reach out, you know? But that's not the only one we have from him. And, you know, there's a picture of a dog. And there's some more writing. That's the wrong title. This is Amy Twigs. This is not Amy Twigs. That's okay, though. But this is Front Legal. And SpaceX is at the top. I found that ironic because, you know, right back here, where's that at? We're going back to the future. It's the past. But so we have a picture of Elon from Farnsworth. And then Ben is like, you know who I like so much? SpaceX on my legal profile. And not only that, it's like, what is going on? So this is a business address, business phone number. This is not private information. We got SpaceX. He will consult you. And, you know, when I pick my legal advice, if I needed, this is the type of post on March 29th, 2025 that he has up on here. I see that. About fateful and its sin and the place we live in. And this is a song I'm working on if people have good advice on key structure. So he is a boss boy. He's out here writing songs, putting it on his Front Legal website. What type of office is this, my dog? Are you a Fed? Because, I mean, what is that your house, bro? You have that many files up on a thing? Are you at a doctor's office writing a song? Is this your lunch break? I mean, you're wearing a shirt with a skull. And what is that on the, I don't know. What does that say? I don't know. I don't know what that is. I don't want to know what that is. I don't like looking at it. Is this something giving birth? I would like to know what this is too, because he seems to be obsessed with the whole birth thing. Yeah, it was Casual Friday. Yeah, you know, if I'm going to my checkup, this is, yeah, no, okay, literally is what I would say, your username. And I would be like, okay, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Like, does he lay around his house in those? Are they sanitary? Also, it's like, maybe it's a keyboard, guys, but to me, that's just like a weird, it was just weird because it was like a screen grab type thing. This guy is such a boss boy, though. I mean, such a boss boy. So he's got some websites, and we subtitled these, What the Front? Because that is one of his things. And you can see on here, Cindy Twigs is following him. We have Front Legal LLC. It is registered in Arizona. And he also, oh, that got real pixelated. Oh my gosh. He has a trademark on here. And then he's a legal service in Phoenix, Arizona. And when we found it, 0 followers and was following 0 people. So if you guys are in Phoenix, Arizona, and you need some legal advice, or you need to, you know, send some legal letters to people, you got Front Legal right there. You could hit them up. He may be a good option for you. And he's a real good writer, at least really good at the graphics. So he could help you out with marketing and other things. He's also always open, according to his Facebook. You could call him at 1 a.m. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Just, but a trademark. And then I did also think it was interesting. So this was actually trademarked in 2023. And this is the font. What the front is this dude doing? And there's a lot going on here. So Ben at front.org. This is in the Wayback Machine. And I also loved some of these weird things because I'm like, what in the world? The basics of buying a telescope. So I feel like he just like put this up here and the Wayback Machine got it. This is what do you call that? Like a template. And why is someone signing in or signing up? Like, what are you having people do that for? Ben, front legal, your future rule. What are you ruling? Why do you have a watch and a cell phone and those glasses that I'm like, and then headphones? I mean, maybe you didn't pick those things, but it's a weird vibe. Weird vibe. We see it in here on front legal again. So it was a little bit hard, but it's talking about the real reason most Americans never file a lawsuit is it's the federal trademark protection isn't just for big corporations. This is where I put 1, what TM is, 2, benefits, 3, protection in 50 states, 4, standing to bring suit, and 5, we will get that protection now. Start below. We be hook. This is definitely also a template, but I wanted to pretend like it wasn't for a second. And the logo's there. That logo says I can totally get you out of jail. Okay. He's trademarking it though. He'll trademark your mugshot. Allegedly. Okay. So again, this is Ben Twigs, Ben Twigs Hogen, who says Twigs is in his name on profiles, but his last name, I believe, is actually Hogen legally, unless he changed it. That's also usually private. So, and he is Lance's first cousin once removed. He has a lot of profiles. He's got an X. He's got the goods on his website. So this is front.org. And he's talking about obedience and the first law of heaven on here. A lot of things going on. And the purpose of front.org is to bring people onto God through the word, to assemble a force against Satan's kingdom, and to return and come with singing onto Zion. So my question is, why are you demon hunting then? Like, do you have a priest with you, bro? Because I didn't see one. And anyways, he's talking about on this page, what if Satan somehow had duped the Latter-day Saints into thinking that the foremost principle ensuring their internal progression was strict and unquestioning obedience? The situation would be especially ironic due to what the saints believe. That is what, in fact, our rejection of such deceit during the pre-existence, which served as the principal condition of our mortal inheritance, while victims to it were cast into outer darkness. It therefore behooves us. I like that word. Behoove. I didn't even expect to say that right there. I forgot that was there. It therefore behooves us to examine more closely the cunningness by which such a deception might have been previously achieved, so that any contemporary or future error bearing likeness to it might be recognized and thereby avoided. So this is the weirdest part that I found. And it's a little bit interesting when you think about how this person writes versus the alleged Discord messages that Discord came out and said they did not have on their servers. This is on front.org, and this is in 2018. And this shows for boys attracted to male bodies. And I'm also just going to say that is the weirdest title of a post. I mean, why don't you just say for males attracted to males? I don't understand why the boy part is in there. Like, somebody get me some eye bleach. I need a bunch of twigs to cover this up because this is just too much for me. This is too much. All right. So Homo sapiens means wise men in Latin. And the scientific term for mankind, homosexual, describes our attraction to the same kind, whereas heterosexual describes the opposite attraction to another kind, womankind. It's by that same kind attraction that the best of boys are made and why they turn out to be so different from basic humans who, in fact, want the opposite. But owing to his love for his wise men, the best of boys are guided by their own until they come to be the great men over the new generation. Make no mistake, our guide is not intended for every boy thus attracted. The young man to whom we speak must develop courage, high-mindedness, ease in learning, and a very good memory. He must be graceful and measured in thought. And most importantly, he must be a friend of truth. I like how truth is caps there. Okay, Jeffrey, I see. Is that a sign, bro? To such young men, our guide speaks the truth. Just watch how it speaks the truth to him. All right, moving on and over. Because even though such will be the potential of every young man thus attracted, the majority call you same people unless, or say you suffer every kind of vice. This is because they imagine most of you to be bad. As it turns out, most of you are. I'm just going to read that sentence again. This is because they imagine most of you to be bad. As it turns out, most of you are. All right, that's a vibe, I guess. From now, all we should say is that regarding those of whom the majority call bad, it is because the most precious seeds also require the best possible care. But whom they call useless will delight so much in our guide because it speaks the most surely and to him. We see groups of boys with whom to engage in friendly conversation. A young man we seek is destined to head up an independent state, including states within states. Ecclesiastical. I can't say that word. Don't make fun of me, guys. I don't say these words out loud a lot. I like to read. I don't like to read out loud. Principalities of mythical proportions. Okay, so that whole paragraph's weird. We exist to preserve the spiritual nature of man through ages of materialism, and this is the reason for our attraction, as will now be briefly explained. Desire is an attraction capable of bringing things together as one. Desire leads the desireful to seek a perceived good for the benefit of which thought to come from possessing it. Considerable disagreement exists over what is good and ought to be desired, even over the span of one life. Nevertheless, no matter how good is defined, we remain desireful even after obtaining it. Now, if what is good we were all desired, then satisfying our desire for it would not keep us desireful. But having come to possess what is good, we desire our possessions, therefore, to be continuous. In other words, we are not content to possess good only for a present moment, but in a continuance. Therefore, living bodies learn from the desire to possess first some good, second, having obtained it, their continuance alongside it. I have no idea what all of that means. That's way over my head. You know what this sounds like to me? When in junior high, we would have to read Shakespeare, and I was supposed to act like I was a 30-year-old and know all of what was going on. Well, guess what? I'm now in my 30s and I still don't know. So maybe, that would have helped me. I don't think so. I don't think so. This has been Twigs, Lance Twigs's first cousin once removed. And he has a lot of profiles. Okay. Someone in the comment section, Marsh, if you want to put that up, the logo, what it looked like, that would be great. Yeah. So it does look a little bit like a sniper scope. That is interesting. I have never held a sniper, so I'm not sure. I have no idea. So I wish I knew. Not really. I mean, I shot a gun one time and I cried. So probably won't ever hold a sniper, but I could ask someone that would know. I don't know. All right. This guy's got a lot going on. He has a Pinterest. Look at that nice photo of him with that tie. So he is following Sensational Second Grade with Miss Aubrey. And it must be sensational. We have Ben Hogen right here. There's not a Twigs up on this profile, but it is him. He likes people. He likes city and landscape. He's got nature, anatomy, neat pics. He likes the universe. He's got GIFs, GIFs, whatever you want to call it. And he's got a lot going on. These ones are weird. I didn't like this. I don't know. That's kind of gross. I feel like that looks like a big tonsil right there. I'm a little bit... Oh, wait, I'm zooming in. This looks like a big tonsil, and I'm uncomfortable that this is like what a smashed body or whatever looks like. I don't know. So this is also a website that we think is associated with him, and this is essentially a whole like sleuth type thing of writing, and it's so bizarre. So these documents provide a strategic and theological analysis of Dr. Paul Ellis, his ministry, Night Press, and his digital project, Grace Commentary. One primary focus is a strategic communication dossier designed to help professionals navigate the organization's unique New Zealand-based operational structure and its primary gatekeeper, Camilla Ellis. So, guys, New Zealand is interesting when you think of Valhalla and some of the theories about that. And this redirects to front.com, we believe. So I'm going to go over that in just a second. I have the URLs all pulled up on a page that I'm not Googling them all at once. That'd be weird. And it'd be silent. And then you guys would have to watch me stare at nothing. Well, I'd be staring at things. You wouldn't know what I'm staring at. He's a doctor, a lawyer, an author, and a demon chaser. And his LinkedIn, he has two of them. We gonna say he's a boss boy. And I can't believe someone's from New Zealand. I'm gonna come visit you because I've always wanted to go there and see the lavender fields. Okay, I would move out there or Australia, but if I lived there, I'd want to live in the outback, like the very west side. And also it's kind of by Antarctica, which is super dope, but anyways, he is doing too much. All these people are doing too much. I could never do this much. I mean, they're doing this much and then they're opening 5 new LLCs after a whole new life. I don't even understand. It's like what is going on in this family? Idaho and the raising and the foot, what is it? Foot psychology or whatever it's called. It did them real well. It did them real well because this guy has it all. And he has a lot of videos. A lot of videos. This is a screenshot of them and I have them pulled. So we're going to listen to him read. And sometimes I think to myself, wow, I am really bad at reading out loud. Maybe I should have been more cool growing up and wanting to talk to other kids instead of reading and being a nerd by myself. But then I hear other adults read that have medical degrees and are lawyers and just are boss boys. And I'm like, Maybe not. Maybe I'm not so bad. Maybe I need to stop saying every 5 seconds, but this picture made me say as soon as I saw it. So this is a picture. This screenshot is from 6 minutes ago. This is not a 6-minute-old photo, okay? So hold your horses. You can go to this website if you need a horse to hold. But he is up here with his headphones, and he looks tired. He looks so tired. Don't look into his eyeballs. I'm a strong believer in when you feel that feeling that you should not look directly into the eyes, because the eyes, I can't even remember because I just looked very briefly, are a way to look into your soul. I feel very uncomfortable looking into his eyes, and I shouldn't even zoom in on them. Marsh probably gets annoyed, and even my husband, when I'm like watching something on the TV or I'm hearing someone speak and I feel like they have ill intent or there's a lot of malevolence going on, yeah, the eyes are the windows into the soul. And I feel like people should take that more seriously. And I don't like the eyes here. I mean, I'm a blue-eyed girl myself, and I'm obsessed with my husband's blue eyes. It's not the brownness of these eyes. You see a lot of life in this man, kind of. I mean, he's got some big eyeballs, too, is what I'll say. But do I have the old picture in here? I don't think I do. I don't think I do off the top of it. Whoop, we're going fast. Hope you don't get motion sick. Okay. And oops, went a little bit too far. So here he is. We got those eyeballs. And I just want to say, he's the one that is following 2 Farnsworths on Instagram. He's following at this point, he is following 87 people. I don't want to tell you how many times I screenshot this boy. So Ben, if you're seeing this, hi. Hi. I never thought about what I would say to you. But I would like to be as successful as you. I mean, geesh. I literally look at your accomplishments and I am just like, damn, we're like the same. I mean, you're a little bit older than me. So that means you may see Jesus first, which you may need. Before I talk to you one day and get to ask you a lot of questions in real life. But you are just something else. And then, I mean, like, this plain sweater look, I like it. I like it. I like it. Champion. He's the champion of boss boys. And, here's a picture. So I feel like in this one, you can kind of tell a difference of that last one. I mean, look, that to me doesn't even feel the same remotely. And then you just see the gray one. And I'm like, oof, brother. Go touch some grass. So we got Ben Twigs Hogen. Is he sheep dipped? He's an author. He's a government contractor, possibly. Maybe. That's my assumption. That's the only thing I come to the assumption of when I look at this boy. This man who calls other men boys, apparently in his websites. He's a lawyer. He went to med school. Who the hell is this guy? Because he is also a demon hunter, everybody. And you wouldn't believe it, guys. This guy has 2 completely different LinkedIns. Okay? This guy has 2 LinkedIns, and they are the weirdest things I've ever seen in my life when you compare them to each other and what he says he's doing and what all of these other things are doing. Hey, Amy, thank you for coming. I wanted to thank you for the other day. You made my day, and thank you for being here. I was telling Marsh earlier how you made my day. Okay, so we're going to start with this one over here on the left. So Ben Hogen. All right. So this says Phoenix, Arizona. He doesn't have a lot of followers again, guys. Like, I don't understand why you would even have a LinkedIn and then start a new one. Forget about your old one. I want to note, one says Ben Hogen, one says Benjamin Hogen. Okay. I just looked at the microphone like it was the camera. So that was a little bit awkward. I just realized I did this. But I did that. We're going to go over the first one, the first profile. So Benjamin Hogen, he says, I place an ethical emphasis on medical research and pharmaceutical sales to improve the lives of patients. He went to the University of Arizona, the College of Medicine in Phoenix. He also worked for Lyft. Yes, Lyft, the rideshare company. And from 2019 to present, he was a Lyft driver. It says, drive all sorts of people to wherever it is that they need to go safely, quickly, and comfortably. Okay. I don't know if that's like a sign or a symbol or something, but I don't know where you're getting people where they need to go. If you're also hunting demons, bro. Like what? Pharmaceutical sales rep for Eli Lilly from August of 2011 to April of 2013, so 2 years. Scottsdale, Arizona, he prioritized a highly ethicized approach to pharmaceutical sales, which distinguished himself from industry stereotypes. He was not that stereotype, guys. He's a boss boy. And he improved the lives of physicians and their patients. Well, it must be nice when you have a senator in the family and a pediatrician. He went to BYU from 2007 to 2011, and he anchored a grant to fund research in neuroscience. Yes, neuroscience. He presented a published poster at a national conference, and when he went to get his MD, Doctor of Medicine, at the University of Arizona College, 2013, finished in 2016. That's 3 years. Okay, also weird. He concentrated his research on medical ethics to prevent inhibited moral development in U.S. medical studies. What in the world? So he's got some annual experimental biology presentations in 2010. I would like to know, bro, what are you doing? Hey, Marsh, can you move the title of this over so it's not in front of that LinkedIn real quick? All right, at the bottom. So not only is this man a lawyer, all right, I did want to note this. So he is native in Spanish, and he lived in BYU. So I just wanted to show this part, and he has working proficiency in Spanish. So, okay, I see you out here. I didn't learn Spanish. You didn't meet a husband in Spanish class, apparently. So then we have Ben Hogen, the law guy. So Ben Hogen is a law student, third year, seeking full-time work in law-related setting to save for his final year. St. George, Utah. I have experience drafting and analyzing legal arguments, performing legal research, making oral arguments, and he completed internships at the judicial branch of Arizona in the same county that TPUSA is in, and the United States Senate. He has no recent posts, but guess what, guys? In May of 2023 to August of 2023, for 4 months, he was in Washington, D.C., the Baltimore area, working on negotiation, document drafting, and other skills. The U.S. Senate, the same one that his grandpa worked for. So, runs in the family, these boss boys getting these weird things that are hard for other people to get. Then not only that, guys, in May of 2022 to August of 2022, in the same county TPUSA is located in, he's a judicial intern for the judicial branch of Arizona and Maricopa County. And this one also says pharmaceutical sales rep at Eli Lilly. So you tell me, what are the odds? I'm zoomed in. You guys aren't seeing the same thing I am. That's awkward. What are the odds that these are different people? Because you have the University of Arizona on both of them. But why would you have two separate ones? And why? I mean, you just forgot about the one. And then you decided, you know what, I went to med school, boy, I'm going to law school. Okay. I mean, you got done in 2016. Yeah, worked for Eli Lilly, then Lyft. So you're working from 2016 to what? What are you doing in this freaking gap of time, brother? I mean, you got done in 2016. You only worked for Eli Lilly. I mean, you worked for Eli Lilly before you got done. So you were just lifting it? You were just lifting it when you were in your JD program from 2021 on? What were you doing, Ben? I have a lot of guesses what you were doing. And it's a little bit weird because I don't need legal advice from you. But I would say you created a lot of things in December of 2024. I mean, you had 2 username changes. One was in March of 2026. Your photo here is you all clean shaven. I mean, that's a nice photo we got of you there. And then you have a lot of profiles. It's like you randomly rebrand. You're like, what, bro? Let's just get all of this out here. I got a cute dog with my now black shirt and my nice selfie. And he joined in December of 2024. 0 followers. He's in the USA in Arizona. Not following anyone you're following. But he is posting about a church. And an Arizona church with fraud using nonverbal autistic children, which relates to one of his videos. So.
Imagine a text written many centuries ago in ancient Koine Greek. The author of this text is remarkably precise, consistent, and deeply grounded in reality. Throughout the manuscript, whenever the author refers to a specific vital creature, he uses a singular word, hippos, the exact word for horse, every single time. He describes these horses performing vital, necessary labors, pulling heavy plows through the dirt, carrying royal decrees across the vast distances, and charging fearlessly into the fray of decisive battles. The word never changes. The reader naturally understands that these are all the exact same kind of animal, distinguished only by the task they have been assigned. But then, imagine a translator who decides he wants to be helpful. He looks at the text and creates an arbitrary rule. He decides that if the horse is doing something ordinary, he will translate the word accurately as horse. But if the horse is doing something majestic, if it is carrying a king or changing the tide of war, he will translate the word as unicorn. For centuries, readers pick up this translated book and marvel at the 2 distinct species. They see the horses every day in their own mundane lives, but they begin to believe that the unicorns are the real heroes. They conclude that true power, true justice, belongs only to the unicorns. They look at the ordinary horses standing right in front of them and sigh, saying, "The age of power is over. We must wait for the unicorns to return." This is not an academic parable. This is the precise history of how we have been taught to view power, agency, and the law itself. The ancient Hebrew and Greek words for messenger, malak, and angelos simply mean one who is sent. But because history gave us the word angel for the majestic moments and messenger for the mundane ones, we have been trained to think that power is a different species. We suffer from dead faith. We wait passively for a miracle to fix our broken systems, ignoring the capable horse standing right in front of us. The ancient foundational laws of justice aggressively reject this paralysis. In the book of Exodus, the categorical laws of justice do not tell us to wait for a winged spirit to fix our courts. The law says, "You shall not circulate a false report." It says, "Do not follow the majority for evil." It says, "You shall not pervert the judgment of your poor." Furthermore, the mandate commands that you shall appoint judges and officers in all your gates. Justice is not a magic trick. It is a human commission. It requires one law for the citizens and the stranger alike. As I prepare to open my solo practice here in Arizona at the close of 2026, I am taking a public vow of ontological integrity. I am not a miracle worker. I will not sell you a unicorn protocol of false expectations, deep fake illusions, or magical thinking. Instead, I stand before you as a shaliach, a commissioned legal agent. In the ancient jurisprudence of agency, the rule is clear. A man's agent is as himself. When I represent you, I am vested with your full authority to bind the law to your cause. My practice is strictly grounded in the ethical mandates of the Arizona Supreme Court and governed by Rule 1 of the Federal Rules of...
All right. I did also want to say, I'm just going to go back right here real quick and say this video is used under fair use for purposes of commentary, criticism, and public interest reporting. No copyright infringement is intended. I just wanted to clarify me saying this, especially when we have a legal expert that is making these videos. I am just commentating, criticizing your reading skills along with your microphone. I do like the mic and the ring you got going on. It's a great one. Everyone should go out and buy one of those right now because they are going to sell out fast. And I just wanted to show a clip of that. And I'm going to show a few other seconds of some other ones because they're all like that from him. He has a lot of them. I mean,
Imagine a text written
this one got me the
for over 30 years. First Fruits of Zion has been driven by a singular unyielding mission, reconciling disciples with God's prophetic promises to Israel, and connecting Christians with the deep historical Jewish foundations of their faith. From our earliest days in 1992 to the launch of Torah Club to the establishment of the Brahm Center in Jerusalem, our goal has always been to help people know Yeshua better. We do this by seeing him on his own terms, within his actual historical, cultural, and theological context. As an organization, we are deeply committed to presenting solid academic work that is accessible on a popular level. We believe that the abiding authority of the scriptures is the bedrock of our faith, and that the text itself, when understood properly, is more than sufficient to reveal the miraculous nature of God's kingdom. Recently, in our zeal to explore the vastness of the spiritual realm and to highlight the dignity and immense value of every single human life, especially those within the disabled community. Some of our media platforms, including the Messiah podcast and Messiah magazine, ventured into discussions regarding nonverbal autism, facilitated communication, and phenomena sometimes described as telepathy. The intention behind sharing these stories was born out of a genuine desire to see God's hand at work in the most vulnerable.
I bring you a quick pause to let you know I am holding my phone like Ben is holding his microphone, and these clips are being used under fair use on YouTube for the commentary because we are fans of you, Ben. If you see this, you only had about 4 views on those videos when we first saw them, and 3 of them were us. Actually, it may all be us because I watched it like twice, brother. So, we're going to go to the last one. That alien echo is really weird. And you can go find all of these. I will put the full thing up on X with a link to it for fair use. So you can commentate how you would like in this man's public posts on the internet. I didn't know you guys could hear the giggles. That's a little bit embarrassing. I did want to say, I am baffled that he read all of what he did. And it looked like he was reading from a screen. And the only thing I could think of is if you were trying to control a narrative and it wasn't going your way. If you were trying to control a narrative and it wasn't going your way, what would you do? Do you think that you would say, let's not have, what is that? So we got 1, 2, 3. Tyler was the 4th arrest, right? So if it's not going our way, and we already know that people know too much, and they have this person who's just a boss boy, and, he's got an interesting past, interesting future. There's a lot more we could go into about him. But do we need a 5th arrest? Do we need someone to read something like that? Oh, my camera just moved. Hold on. Houston, we have a problem. All right. It's not moving anymore. I have that EMET thing that goes, and it just moves all over the place. And do we need a 5th arrest? Like, do we know Tyler Robinson may not work out? And we need somebody to read something on the internet that looks crazy, and we're going to pay. We know he's having a tough time with money. So what are we going to do? We're going to pay him to record these messages and say, oh, we got this job. We're going to use it for a commercial. All you need to do, we have to prove that you are the one that's saying it, but we want you to read this out loud and send it to us. And you got to post it publicly because we have a hard time, kind of like Terrell Farnsworth, sending things over the internet. So you must put it on YouTube so other people can see it. And we're not even ever going to view it. We're not ever going to view it. But others are because, you're a little suspicious. I mean, what? Up with the mic, boy.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for standing with us today. We are here to address a profound and hidden injustice. A systematic exploitation of some of the most vulnerable members of our society, perpetrated under the guise of divine revelation and religious education. For over 3 decades, an organization known as First Fruits of Zion, or FFOZ, has built a multi-million-dollar international ministry.
You're about to hear
historically, They focused on teaching the Jewish roots of the Christian faith. But recently, FFOZ has taken a dark and manipulative turn.
Dark and manipulative.
They have begun aggressively promoting the idea that non-speaking autistic individuals possess supernatural telepathic abilities. They are actively platforming claims that these silent individuals are receiving direct oracular revelations from heaven, seeing angels and demons, Jesus Christ himself, and delivering geopolitical prophecies that conventionally validate FFOZ's exact theological agenda. But there is no miracle happening here. What FFOZ is doing and what their institutional partners
so much of what
are doing
That's
is
my
executing a calculated psychological abuse known as ventriloquism.
That
To
was
understand how this deception works, I want you to show you this book. This is Decoding Cody, published recently by Joseph
the hand.
Franco.
Did you see the handshake? Is he not strong?
Mr. Franco is not merely an author. He is the associate pastor of adult education at Highlands Church, whose ministry is based in Scottsdale, Arizona. More alarmingly, before moving to Arizona, Mr. Franco spent decades as a senior litigator and vice president of the Allegiance Defending Freedom, a massive legal organization.
Is this why
He knows exactly how to shield controversial practices behind
what?
the First Amendment.
Oh my gosh.
In this book, Mr. Franco claims that Cody, a 24-year-old non-speaking autistic man with severe motor planning difficulties, is spelling out highly theological realities on a letterboard.
Ring watch.
He claims Cody is traveling to a spiritual realm called the Hill to speak directly with Jesus Christ.
Oh my gosh.
But the scientific and medical communities have a very different name for what is happening in Mr. Franco's Arizona ministry. They call it the idiomotor effect.
What is that name?
The method they use, known as spelling to communicate or facilitated communication, was utterly debunked by the American Psychological Association decades ago.
It was
There's a woman who was raped based on her facilitated communications.
Okay. What is
the autistic individual is not communicating. The facilitator holding the board is subconsciously moving it, providing subtle physical and verbal cues that dictate every single letter selected. Joseph Franco and the facilitators in his network are using nonverbal autistic individuals as living, breathing Ouija boards.
Isn't Lance Twiggs?
This is literal ventriloquism. They are erasing the true identity and the actual bodily autonomy of these disabled individuals, entirely overriding their silent voices and with the facilitator's own religious and political scripts. FFOZ then amplifies this ventriloquism to the globe, utilizing the deep emotional resonance of individuals.
I need Botox again. My forehead is never
seeking donations
wrinkled this much, guys.
From parents who just want their child to be heard. The exploitation ends now. We are not merely here to raise awareness. We are here to announce that we are fixing this through immediate targeted litigation.
Hence his Arizona company.
Because Joseph Franco is a veteran constitutional lawyer, he will try to hide this abuse behind the shield of religious liberty. Let me be clear.
Not
Our legal action is not an attack on
Yes.
anyone's right to pray or believe in miracles. Our litigation is focused entirely on consumer fraud, deceptive trade practices, and the devastating violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act. When you charge desperate families thousands of dollars for communication therapies that the entire medical establishment recognizes as fraudulent, that is consumer fraud. When a ministry deprives an autistic individual of evidence-based independent communication devices so that a facilitator can hijack their hands to write a book endorsement, that is a civil rights violation. We are pursuing class action lawsuits and regulatory interventions against the institutions, the publishers, and the ministries harboring these practices. We will demand financial transparency. We will demand accountability. And above all, we will demand that the true unmanipulated voices of these autistic individuals are finally respected and protected under the law.
Under the law.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Don't come again because he only has 4 views. He got, guys, I saw this and all I could think about, bro, does anyone remember that Brian? My camera just blanked. It's gonna be moving. Hold on. Okay. Whoop, whoop. It's not gonna move. Oh, it's moving. When this happens, guys, I do need a safari hat because it's like I'm on a safari. And you see how it just focused like that? Oop. Hold on. Hold, please. Oop. Oop. Oh, no. Oh, of course that happens when we have 200 and some eyeballs on the thing. That is a wonderful. I'm going to try to not move. Oh. Hold, please. Hold, please. You guys see me try to tame my camera? It's blinking at me. It's going crazy. Ben was too much for it. Oh, wait. Is it going to move with? Oh, it's moving with us. Don't get the one that moves, guys. No matter what you do, if you're buying one of these cameras, you're like, you know what? I need my face on the thing. You could do some of that hand psychology with me. All right, there we go. We're frozen. We're good. We're golden. We're frozen on the... I swear, if that thing moves again, you're getting what you get, and you're gonna get gone. So... I've seen the comments. I do wish we were on a safari. We went through a freaking safari today, everybody. Also, we could go on a group safari. I'm willing to help plan that. I love planning a big trip. We could do that. I bet we could rent out a whole freaking safari camp and it could be pretty cool. We could go out there, tell some stories, talk about alleged conspiracy theories. Dude, we should do that and have some of our favorite people tell stories around the campfire at night and just be out there. We could hug a lot of trees. I see that in the chat. You know, you're in New Zealand. You got some good trees out there. White birch trees. Those are my favorite kind of trees. I used to really want this house that had a lot of mature birch trees. And every time I see a birch tree, it's kind of a joke with my husband. I'm like, that's a mature birch tree. It is. It is. I'm looking at, he took over my camera. What? You played this demonic video. Now you're surprised. Oh my gosh. Okay, but I'm serious about that trip. We could go gorilla trekking with Barron Coleman, guys. He's too busy. He's too busy, but we are his fans. We could wear his merch with the gorillas. We could give the gorillas the gift of listening to Barron Coleman commentate our walk to the gorillas. That would be beautiful. I'm sure he's got some fans down there. I can confirm this is how she talks to me every day. I never know what she's going to talk about next. You usually do sometimes until I bring up another thing I think that relates to it. Sometimes I think the first time I talk about a theory before I get all the words out or show the evidence with it, which is why I feel like the camera portion is really important to this. I can't just yap on a microphone like this man that is paused over here on the right. I do think, though, that maybe I could, hold please. I could hold my microphone like this and talk to you and scrunch my face about litigious things and ventriloquism and wear kind of over-ear headphones back on my head like that. I don't even know what's going on here, actually. It's like he has such a jaw going on right there. And I'm like, bro, what? I mean, it's just a lot going on. It's like when you look at this real fast, but we're looking at this and we got some more things to talk about with him real quick. I'm going to go through. I'm scrolling. I'm going to scroll myself because I realized just now that I could do that without taking you on the scroll journey. But this man is a demon hunter. So he's out there hunting demons. He's a writer. He's a lawyer. He went to med school, guys. And he is only following 70-some people. 2 of them happen to be Farnsworths. Those 2 Farnsworths he follows, one of them is front row, VIP at Charlie Kirk's memorial in September of 2025. And he is the first cousin, once removed, of Lance Twigs. Lance Twigs, the roommate of Tyler Robinson. And he wears a ring that looks like a watch on his finger with a little microphone as he takes pictures of the special event pyrotechnics and uses this horrible font on these photos. I mean, ugh. Fair use. I am commentating on the wonderful lawyer med student's beautiful work and Ashton Farnsworth being around Elon Musk. That is not a great angle of him or look, who is maybe texting Amber Heard or something about rockets. Why does she want to know about rockets? That sounds like innuendo that is not PG-13. When we look at our bundle of Twigs, we have Cindy Hogen Twigs, that is his mom, who is the mother, who is the mother of Ben Hogen Twigs, okay? Ben Twigs Hogen. He's Lance Twigs' first cousin, once removed. We got a lot going on in this bundle of Twigs. Look at this nice picture of him. And we actually have, I'm trying to go to the actual videos. March said they were in here. 1 second. Over 250. All right. I just realized I did that in the mic. If that was loud, hold on. I'm going to put this here. You know what? We're going to go to this one.
For over 30 years, First Fruits of Zion has been driven by a singular unyielding mission, reconciling disciples with God's prophetic promises to Israel, and connecting Christians with the deep historical Jewish foundations of their faith. From our earliest days in 1992 to the launch of Torah Club to the establishment of the Brahm Center in Jerusalem, our goal has always been to help people know Yeshua better. We do this by seeing him on his own terms, within his actual historical, cultural, and theological context. As an organization, we are deeply committed to presenting solid academic work that is accessible on a popular level. We believe that the abiding authority of the scriptures is the bedrock of our faith, and that the text itself, when understood properly, is more than sufficient to reveal the miraculous nature of God's kingdom. Recently, in our zeal to explore the vastness of the spiritual realm and to highlight the dignity and immense value of every single human life, especially those within the disabled community, some of our media platforms, including the Messiah podcast and Messiah magazine,
We're just helping you get those.
ventured into discussions regarding nonverbal autism, facilitated communication, and phenomena sometimes
Bundle of
described
Twigs.
as
Sure.
telepathy.
Bundle of Twigs.
The intention behind sharing these stories was born out of a genuine desire to see God's hand at work in the most
Ben, are
vulnerable
you in the
among us, and to remind ourselves that
Ben,
the
I would
kingdom of
love to
heaven
have you on.
belongs to such
I
as
love your little
these.
ring, Ben. Can I zoom in on the video?
However, as we
Is he gonna show the
continually
ring?
evaluate our resources and our hashkafa, our worldview and direction,
Bringing it up. Look at how
we
smooth
must
he's
ensure that our zeal never outpaces our foundational scholarship.
Ugh, come on, bro. Put
This
the
is
hand
something we have had to do before in our history, and it is a sign of a healthy, maturing ministry.
Whoa.
Our mandate is not to investigate modern parapsychological phenomena,
Not. Even though he is.
nor is it our calling to navigate the highly complex and often scientifically disputed medical methodologies surrounding cognitive disabilities.
We ain't looking
The
into my
risks of
We ain't looking
stepping
into that.
outside our lane are simply too high. When we rely on highly subjective, modern mechanisms to validate the spiritual realm, mechanisms that bypass the historical, grammatical study of the Torah and the prophets, we risk drifting
about to get
from
weird
our
with you.
core calling.
Yeah, all right, so I wanted to show his.
We risk creating
He is
confusion.
risking a lot. Oh, I just want to show his.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for
So we
standing
didn't address
with
the
us
boys,
today.
everybody. Like,
We are here to address
about
a
the boys.
profound and hidden injustice. A systematic exploitation
I want his tiny mic. Somebody.
of some of the most vulnerable members of
I
our
don't even, why is
society,
it like that?
perpetrated
When it goes on
under
paper?
the guise of divine revelation
Without
and
the eyeballs,
religious
it's more
education.
entertaining.
For over 3 decades, an organization known as First Fruits of Zion, or FFOZ, has built a multi-million-dollar international
I'll post
ministry.
it on X. I'm the
Historically, they focused on teaching the Jewish roots of the Christian faith.
Did you hear that last line?
But recently, FFOZ has taken a dark and manipulative turn. They have begun aggressively promoting the idea that non-speaking autistic individuals possess supernatural telepathic abilities. They're actively platforming claims that these silent individuals are receiving direct oracular revelations from heaven, seeing angels and demons, Jesus Christ himself, and delivering geopolitical prophecies that conventionally validate FFOZ's exact theological agenda. But there is no miracle happening here.
No miracle.
What FFOZ...
I'm going to post a picture of his cute ring on the internet. All right, so I am going back real quick. I'm going to go over the landing flights. I believe I'm scrolling through on that. You want a transcript of that? Yeah, we got a guy for that, Marsh. Marsh is great with the transcripts. He did not like researching the trans member of this family as much because I found those in the middle of the night and was uncomfortable. So those of you that are watching this with the group, I'm glad that you have your emotional support buddy with you. I did not have my emotional support buddy with me, and I am a firm believer in the feeling a lot of you probably felt when you watched that. It was just up to no good. And I am scrolling through. Sheesh, we have like 200 slides. I cannot believe this many of you let me yap to you for this long. All right, so I am going to pull this up. This is from Flight Radar, and this is showing that flight going past Blanding and stuff over here around the Blanding area up towards Provo. And then we also have it up and open on, wouldn't you know? So 1 second, I'm going to make sure I have a few things I'm going to wrap up on, and then I'm going to show the actual march, just so you know. If you could tell me what slide. Oh, okay. I'll show it like that. That's great. I am going to pull up all of the things I have ready for you tonight to end on a Marsh. This shark is right over me. I'm cool with it, but okay, thanks. See, oh, wow. Me with the mac and cheese. Is that what they see? I like that. Okay. So share my screen. We got a lot of things, So this right here is Flight Radar. And it's for that same plane that we just showed. And we got a lot of things going on. April 11th, it's going from Phoenix to Cortez. So the flight, the number we have is N as in Nancy 315, N as in Nancy, G as in green, because that is a good color. And that's why probably most of you, if you didn't know who I was, thought I was a boy because I use green for things. You know, they're going to Albuquerque, Flagstaff, a lot of Arizona flights going on. So why did they go to Blanding? Why are they going here so much? Who owns this plane? Do you know Ben? He is a med student, you know, like he knows his pharmaceuticals, bro. But you know, Ben's got a lot going on. So we're going to move on to the next things we got to wrap up on Ben, because I'm going to give you some things that are not as dense and crazy as everything else. All right. So this is actually the YouTube channel. I will post these on. He has 1 subscriber. You know what, guys? I am screenshotting this right now because it's the same. Oh, look, his ring. It's his ring, everyone. It's right there. It's so interesting. This is the ring. That looks uncomfortable. I don't know. That bugged me. Oh, 21 views, 1 subscriber, First Fruits of Zion. Bet there's not a transcript. Oh, look, we can go to this website right here. We're going to talk about that. Oh, it does have a transcript, everyone. Maybe show transcript, zoom out. Oh my gosh, you can go there. You can get that transcript today, and you can tell yourself what you think about it. You can also go to his profile and see he has that bulldog right up there. There was a picture of that on his Facebook. He's got all of his links on there. He's very serious about this front of legal work that he is going to help you with. And I do think that's a really awesome name if that means something to his family. You know, unicorns, Highlands Church, and that book, The Way. He is, I feel like he had that foot psychology. And here's his selfie. More about this channel. What's it say? 3 videos, 1 subscriber. You guys could all go subscribe to him if you want. I did not. And I bet that if you did, he would probably take it all down. Okay, so then the page he has it linked to. Share, bada boom, bada bang, boom. All right. So this is the FF OZ that he's talking about. And this is First Fruits of Zion. It's about rediscovering the Jewish foundation of your faith. Oh, what in the world was that, guys? Oh my gosh. What is this? So this is an avenue when we do the show on him that will run more down. I just think it's a little bit weird. He specifically is talking about this and he becomes kind of enamored in this because I'm like, Ben, boy, I mean, you're a med dude. You could get on the Tinder, and most people, I mean, you would have to cool your jets a little, Ben. But you could get on Tinder or Grindr. I hear that it's really great out in Arizona with the statistics of some things. And you could probably say, hey, dog, I'm a med student. I'm very successful. I got a lot going for me. People like me. I can drive you places safely and quickly. I can give you legal advice. We can get copyrights and stuff together and trademarks, and I can protect you from ventriloquism. I can fight and hunt the demons. I can hunt the demons everywhere. And you know what? I also went to med school. So you get a boo-boo, I got that Band-Aid. That's all I'm saying. And we're going to go into, I'm going to show you because I know they'll probably get deleted eventually because this to me is suspicious. Like, what are you doing? All right. So here we have, I showed a picture of this, but here we have his LinkedIn. So he has that experience. He also says on here, he has filed complaints with other pleadings in civil court and opening briefs in the appellate court and a trademark application for the U.S. Postal Office. I don't know. Trademark Office, Postal Trademark Office, including a successful action response. He takes action. Okay. I have experience with client intake and converting inquiries into active cases before pivoting to law. I was a medical student. Before that, pharmaceutical sales. I swim competitively and I try yoga for fun. He's flexible, everyone. Think of this dating profile. Think of it. He's educated. He is educated. I do think if he got into the patent law, I mean, that makes sense with like medical patents maybe. But, you know, what do I know? Nothing compared to him. All right, going on to his second profile here. This is the other one, just showing you that it was still up at this time. He has a lot in here. These are all of his skills. Specifically, I wanted to talk about this with BYU. So he authored a grant to fund research in neuroscience, presented and published a poster at a national conference, taught college chemistry to undergraduate students, assisted with autopsies during an internship with the Utah State Medical Examiner's Office. So Ben Hogen, who calls himself Ben Twigs Hogen, who is a med student and a lawyer and can help you with what you need to do, had an internship with the Utah State Medical Examiner's Office, which would be the same one that someone had a autopsy at, essentially, an examination in September of 2025. Ben worked there from 2007-ish to 2011 as an internship. And then he also volunteered at the Provo Library, and he taught adults literacy. And then he volunteered at the Utah Valley Regional Medical Center in the ER department. Would you believe that? Wow. Wow, wow, wow. This boy literally does it all. And he is just, he's got us, guys. He has got us because we no longer have to hold our horses anymore. We no longer are holding our horses because we have one second. I'm pulling it up. Oh, wait, I could just share the window. That makes my life so much easier. Which one? This one? Nope, wrong one. Okay, it's this one. All right, boom. This is his horse he made. We're no longer having to hold that horse because he held it for us. And what does it do? I mean, it has all of this going on here. Front.org, redirects here. Look, benhogan.lawyer, manuscript. I mean, he's got a lot of philosophical, theological things. He's got screenshots. Okay. Like, why is this public? What are... I mean, I don't... Did you mean to make this public? And also, you used AI, kinda. Looks like. A horse. He named it Horse. I just don't know what to think about this. I mean, the whole thing's weird. He's got a lot of screenshots. Tim Kelly. I am currently finalizing this research project in 2015. I thought you were aren't you going to med school around that time? We're going to have to make a timeline of your life because it is so confusing. We have this website that's weird. You're making YouTube vids, super successful with the Ring. Also, like, what type of monitor? Is a TV supposed to go there? Interesting. You also have a Reddit that you're not really using. One karma, 0 contributions, and it's only 7 months old. You have some achievements. A banana baby. I don't know what these achievements are, but you got on here for 5 days, and you're an elder. You're a detective, feed finder. I mean, you secured your account. Ben, I wish my wish for us is that we were lawyers and doctors like you. I'm just joking. I can't sing, Avi. But there is this lawsuit. And this lawsuit is this is updated in October of 2025. And as you can see there, the plaintiff is Benjamin Twigs Hogen. And this is interesting. Wait, hold on. Okay. So this one's a little bit different than the other one that we have. This one is really weird because he's like suing X about the username thing. So I think it's probably because he has that trademark and everything else. I don't know. I don't have the other link pulled up. So Marsh, if you could send me the direct link, that would be great as I finish these last ones. This is the legal stuff. So for somebody that's suing X, it's a little bit weird that you decided to put this on here and have an axe. And then what's with like the lightning, the rocket? You seem to be obsessed with space, bro. What's with the guys with like the hoodies, kind of like we see at UVU, the hat? Why the axe? Like, what are you axing? And why is there a freaking lightning bolt? Okay. And then, Ben, why is there a satellite type thing up there? You know who worked with satellite communications and things like this, natural disaster looking stuff? The Franz family and the Ginta family. And I just can't help but wonder how all of you have all these weird things and you're all kind of connected with some things. And it's a little bit weird. It's so weird. I don't know what to think about any of it other than it's weird. And you're wildly successful. So it's weird to me that that is a thing. And now I'm going to show. So Ben was only following, and I will pull it up because I'm sure that I'm still able to, unless he deleted it. This is Ashton Farnsworth. Okay. So, oh wait, wrong one. Hold on. It's not the one I'm logged into, so it's going to be annoying. I don't know if I can share the other one. There's this weird thing. I'm a Safari girl, guys. Literally Safari hat. You know, you cannot actually apparently use Safari easily. I'm going to try it with this. Oh, you can't do it with the audio. So we'll try it this way. This is Safari, Avi, because it's the bee's knees. This is Ashton Farnsworth right here. This is the post. Mr. Musk texting Amber Heard or someone about rockets. It's October 10th, 2025. These are the people that like this. So I'm just going to scroll through for the record. We have Lori Farnsworth on there. The next photo, October 6th, 2025. No comments. There are likes. Lori again. The pyrotechnics. It's a special event. It is a special event. It was. And I like how he hashtagged Grant Cardone and then put Cardone. It's Cardone, but it also looks like Cardone. It's a little bit weird. I mean, I don't... What? And then you're like tagging Grant Cardone, and then I don't, it's weird. I get it that you were there and that's important, but the whole concept's weird. You were liking it. You like it so much. You're liking it, bro. But we'll dive into him a little bit more. I guess I can scroll through real quick. This is a public profile again. We got the Farnsworth Construction and Restoration right here. This is his father that passed away. He likes to take bathroom selfies with his bros. That was the weirdest sound I just heard outside. That was such a weird sound. You know, a throwback picture he's got. Throwback Thursday. And this is him. I think if you go to, I did also want to mention when we're here, this is a really nice trailer. I mean, it's a freaking semi. And also they're going to emergency situations. I mean, these people can do it all. Look at that Farnsworth equipment. Look at that brand new looking equipment. It might not be brand new, but it feels brand new. And I'm like, what in the world is going on with these people? They literally got a guy for everything. Garrett Biggs? What? Garrett Biggs? Wow, a Biggs? Like in a Farnsworth? Gosh. I literally don't believe it every time I snoop. Every time I snoop. I don't know why that guy on the left looks familiar. I think it is, nope. I was trying to see tagged. I'll have to bring it up through the other screenshots. There's some interesting things about Farnsworth equipment, all this going on here. I mean, we can go through it, but I don't even, does it play? Oh, there's the equipment. Look at that. You can get 10% off. Look at that. His name's on the box, bro. The name on the box of these things. Hurricane, little picture. The hats. Look at that. I mean, Lance Twigs might have grown mold. These guys could dry it. So maybe that's why Ben followed. Maybe he wanted some of these Farnsworth fans. Maybe he was a fan of the Farnsworth fans. I mean, they can help you out. They know they got the goods. They got, I mean, they're going in there. They're back in this suite over here. That's a write-off. Oh, that's a write-off because there's a logo on it, I bet. 3 years ago, my warehouse was an 8x10 storage unit. He is giving us a tour of their new spot. That's an upgrade if I ever saw one. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow. Do you think he's certified to fly that thing? A charity golf tournament. Wow. That's interesting, right? Because you're going to places where no one else would go, where you knew no one else would go and was supposed to go, and you would be mitigating something. Or going to sites of a disaster where there are also vulnerable people. A helicopter. Do you think that was a write-off? My friend almost died in that, actually. I wonder if her dad's house will be. My really good friend's father had a house on the beach in Fort Myers. And I actually couldn't talk to her for a few days because they lost power. It was emotional. Here's the boys. This is his brother. Wow. A client out in Lanahi. Kind of like that Dream City Church that's out there right on the edge of the fires. You know what I think when I see a tragedy? I'm like, you know what I should do? Post it on Facebook. Because nothing feels better than exploiting someone else's tragedy for no reason at all. That guy's pants were way too tight. I don't even know how he's wearing them. What in the world? Sent the whole, oh my gosh. Is that like a hospital, bro? You think he's certified? I mean, they got all this stuff. They're in the equipment. They're everywhere. They got more high. I mean, look at this. Christian Brothers with a 5. I mean, maybe Ben knows him. He seems to be researching. Is this straight racing? I don't, look at that. What is he doing? That is not safe. You guys heard of Paul Walker? Not a good idea, buddy. Let's see his followers because I'm sure that Ben still follows him. It was Ben. I'll just scroll through. Yep, right there. So here we have, he's still on there. Ben Hogen. Oh, look, it doesn't say Ben Twigs Hogen anymore. I wonder why it doesn't say Ben Twigs Hogen anymore. But Ben Hogen, who doesn't follow that many people, is following Ashton Farnsworth. And Ben Hogen, the lawyer, now doesn't have as many posts as he did have. And it says intellectualdomain.org. And it says October Sky. I mean, he's got some likes. Let's see who's liking it. Himself. And Pam Patience and Cindy. I'm like, what? He's still only following 88 people. You can see on here the people that he follows: Christine Twigs, Karen Twigs Hunt, Emma Twigs Cryer, Teresa Twigs Underwood, Cindy Twigs, Thane Thomas Twigs, who is a professor. We'll talk about him next. Cassandra Twigs, Sandra Twigs, Jessica Twigs, Leslie Twigs, Carla Twigs, Sarah Twigs, Marianne Twigs, Sandra Twigs, Josh Twigs. Now, at one point, I just want to mention, he is so awesome. He is so flippin' awesome. He is following Amy Twigs. And you know what? Her profile's still up. And when we look at who she's following, Ben's not one of them. So Ben, with his new profile, he's out here still following her. That's not weird at all, right? Not weird at all. And she's a boss babe. She's got those the B3 fans, or not fans, but all the things. Really interesting things going on. You know, she likes to take videos. You know, she's up in the gym. She is up in that gym working on her fitness. We're her witness. If you can't name that song, I'm gonna pray for you. Look at this. Lightning bolt. There she is. There the Charlie Wilson. Who is that? Is he funny? I have some questions. Only a few. But I did want to show you guys. This is Lance Twigs with his dog. Look at that freckle boy. He loves his dog. This is before he got kicked out of his parents' house because they said he was a problem. Does he look like a problem in November of 2020? I don't think he looks like a problem, but that's just me. And what do I know? What do I know? Not a lot. I'm not a lawyer, not a doctor, don't got all that going on, but I did want to be a lawyer. And the whole thing's interesting because when you look at his personal things and his mom being a boss babe, being out here with the Electric Comedy Club, her brother, Paul Neal, who's in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and all of this going on, we also have, I mean, look at Lance. He looks like he feels so left out. It actually makes me sad when I look at this. And maybe she's sad at the beginning of that. Hit record too early. I'm looking for a specific picture. This one. So when you're decorating your home, do you guys think to yourself, and I'm a cradle Catholic, but do you think to yourself, you know what? Let's hang all of the saints behind my TV. Because I would not think that. And then also, you know, before you take this down, Amy, can you please make sure that they're at least even? Because, I mean, do you even watch your TV? Do you watch your TV? No wonder Lance is frustrated. If he has even a little bit of autism and you look at this, I mean, are they even in frames? Do you just tape them on the friggin' wall, bro? Do you just put those up for that? About people listening to the prophets today? And then if you're listening to the prophet, why are you putting a picture of these people up like a friggin', what's it called? A chemistry table? I mean, what? Why can't they just have a group photo or something nice photoshopped? I don't know, but I don't like it. Like, you could have at least just been like, boom, boom, boom. Do like a collage if you're not going to do it like that. We don't need an atomic table of them or whatever it's called. Element table. Thank you, brain, for coming to me with that. But it's like, what? I mean, do a collage, make them look a little bit more messy, and then make them all. I do not have dance passion for this. Rebecca, I can't believe you commented on that and said, this is a good idea. I do like his hair, though. Here, like the hat, like it all. And then this one made me laugh because I wanted to know if this was Lance. So apparently Amy is saying, can you see what's under that dirty pot lid? My son took the cupcakes off the cake holder and replaced it with a huge lizard that hisses in a dirty pot. I also don't know a bearded dragon that hisses like that. That would be like weird, but okay. I'd been cleaning around the lizard and didn't notice until I was about to lift to clean it. It's amazing what we often don't notice, what's right next to us, until we shift our focus. My heart is now beating a bit faster, and I've left the kitchen area. Hope you are all able to focus on something meaningful and uplifting today. Joy comes from what we focus on. And that's why we're focusing on you in this bundle of twigs, bruh. Because, I mean, you have a friend named Penny Centipede, okay? I don't have a single friend with the name Centipede in the username. Unless, Penny, if you're here, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. This name is also weird. Another coaching friend. All right. Your life doesn't get better by chance. It gets better by change. And Amy's the only one that can tell you about that change. And that's why we are going to focus on what you all are focusing on, because you guys are just something else. This Twigs family, I don't know what it is about you. I don't know what it is about you, but it is really interesting that there's also an Underwood that's following. And last thing I'm getting so tired. I cannot believe this many of you stayed this long. All right, so I'm going to make this bigger, and then I have the link for private chat. All right, nope. Up, and no, that's flight radar. I think I might have already pulled this one up. Oopsies, wrong thing. All right. So I'm sharing this last thing. I got so tired. It is 2:12. I am looking at the thing and there are people in here and I cannot believe it. Okay. I think that is the right one. Window, but it's not pulling it up. Okay, so this is just showing this front.org is on here. I really wanted to point this out too in case this is something that gets deleted, because you can, you know, like I found out before, ask the Wayback Machine to delete certain things. So front.org, practical action through political means. That's not weird and sounds like a mini TPUSA or anything. Front is a registered trademark with the United States Patent and Trademark Office for spiritual consultancy services and goods. Front LLC is incorporated in Phoenix, Arizona, and does business for any legal purpose. Any legal purpose. Prospective clients may contact us or text. Plato founded Frontism, or the Idea Factory, after Pronesis, a type of wisdom or intelligence concerned with practical action. Front LLC is a think tank or idea factory practicing this type of wisdom, the most important attribute to learn. This type of wisdom cannot be taught, but is gained through the development of understanding one's old self. There's some interesting philosophy, the gay science, you know, the idiot, evil green beards. There's so much. He's, you know, the meaning, the ideology, the gospel, green beards. For it is as true today as it was more than 2,000 years ago, that it is a safe venture to tell the truth one knows to benevolent and trustworthy acquaintance, or more precisely to reasonable friends. Leo Strauss. Leo Strauss isn't there like another Strauss that is working with Origin or whatever that project is at Arizona State University, ASU, who like was in some emails that came out. And that whole project was founded by someone else with the first name Jeffrey. Because I would like to know. And I read that one before. The one in the Wayback Machine is not pulling up. Okay, here it is. And then I did want to say, this last one I have up before I, whoopsies, share screen. There we go. All right. So this is the one that is showing the article about boy love. Okay. I don't love this. And this is something I want to unpack when I have full energy. Okay. But for boys attracted to male bodies, and I kind of already read this, but it's just weird to me that we're saying boys attracted to male bodies. If it's a homosexual, why don't you just say that it's a homosexual? Like, I don't understand why you are saying it with the word boy. And I'm going to tell you, I don't like it, bruh. Like, who told you that was a good idea? It Pam patience if you did it. You don't got patience. You did not read what he wrote. You did not read what he wrote. And then I'm going to share this very last thing to talk about and wrap up, just in case the other one did. Oh, my hair. That's why I have a hat. Because I also like safaris. All right. So this is Ashton Farnsworth. It's not going to let me, is it? Oh, man, I'm not logged in. Dang it. But you can see him on there. Okay. Now, wrapping up the bundle of Twigs. Share screen. Bada bing. Bada boom. Where to go? I don't know. We have a lot going on. I will try to clip these in this. I will try to clip this into smaller things, talking about the business partner that has a brother with a rental property in Blanding, Utah, that also seems to know a lot about cutting up sod. Who had a logo that was really interesting with Utah Valley University and that picture right beside it. I can't get that out of my head. I don't know. Okay, not going to go too fast. I know some of you get motion sickness, whiplash, domlash. You got that. Ooh, dom, not again. Not again, brother. I just went through the Twigs and I feel like I have whipped George Bush. I had to go to that one. Sorry. George W. The Twigs are fans. The Twigs are fans. I bet somebody had a crush on that man. All right. So we have Benjamin Twigs Hogen, who is a lawyer, went to med school, did it all, can help you with any legal advice, that is also an author. He's out here recording videos of himself on the internet. He is following the Farnsworth, Ashton Farnsworth, who is in the VIP section of Charlie Kirk's memorial. Not only is Ben Twigs Hogen doing all of this, Ben Twigs Hogen is the first cousin of Lance Twigs, or the first cousin removed from Lance Twigs. So his mother, Cindy Twigs, is Lance Twigs' grandpa's brother or sister. They're siblings. And I feel like you all felt what I felt. That when you watched this clip, you were like, what is going on?
Imagine a text written many centuries ago in ancient Koine Greek. The author of this text is remarkably precise, consistent, and deeply grounded in reality. Throughout the manuscript, whenever the author refers to a specific vital creature, he uses a single word, hippos,
Mm.
the exact word for horse, every single time. He describes these horses performing vital, necessary labors, pulling heavy plows through the dirt.
So not only is he doing that, but the next thing I'm about to show you is something that I don't know how to tell you about. So I'm just going to scroll through it. So Benjamin Twigs Hogen in Mesa is the plaintiff on this lawsuit. And this one says February of 2025. I found this when I was first looking at him too. I know someone mentioned it in the chat, so thank you for jogging my memory of that. But so Benjamin Hogen's son appeals the Superior's Court denial of his motion for leave to amend his complaint because son's proposed amended complaint did not allege facts sufficient to toll the statute of limitations. We affirm the court's denial of leave to amend. In August 2023, son filed a complaint against his father, Stephen Hogen, father, alleging father committed various acts against his son when he was a child. Son alleges duress from 1997 until November of 2022. Father moved to dismiss, arguing the applicable state statute of limitations bared son's claims because the son turned 18 in 2007 and was therefore requiring to bring his claims by 2019, within 12 years after his 18th birthday. So, while the son did not timely respond, the Superior Court granted father's motion to dismiss. Son then moved to extend the response deadline, which the court granted. Son then responded to the motion to dismiss. In his response, son argued the statute of limitations should be told because he was of unsound mind during all relevant times. The court again dismissed son's complaint, this time on his merits because one, son was requiring to bring the complaint by 2019, but did not do so until 2023. Son did not include allegations in his complaint supporting tolling. And 3, the facts son first raised in his response to the motion to dismiss did not meet the standard to toll the statute of limitations. So then he filed a bunch of other stuff. There was a lot going on there. And the son's only facts alleged for being of unsound mind from 2019 to 2021 were the fact that he lived in 2 sober living communities, walked off his job working as a crew member. That wasn't on LinkedIn. At a fast food restaurant. Hold up. Lived with a friend in ASU dormitory, unable to pay rent, took the LSAT, and matriculated at the University of Idaho College of Law. Other than the act of filing this lawsuit, son alleged no facts for 2022 or 2023. I mean, it's a lot. So it's a lot to have that in a public document. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. There's a lot going on here. There's a lot to unpack. I think we unpacked enough tonight. And I just want to tell you all, oops, this is on my face. Did not share my screen. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you all so much for coming to my show today. If you'd like to hit, I'm going to be cringy per usual, but if you would like to hit the like button, that'd be cool. even if you don't like it. If you do like it, like it. If you don't like it, I guess don't like it. I'm not going to tell you what to do. It would make my day. If you haven't subscribed, that would be great too. I literally had no idea, not in a million years, that I would be at 1,000 subscribers right now. That probably sounds silly to other people that have a lot more subscribers. It's not really about the number. I just didn't think that many people would want to hear what I have to say. So I have a lot to say. Obviously, I've been up in here for 4.5 hours. Most of you are probably really tired of me. I do need at least a day or two to recoup from this, but let me tell you, I have months of research that I've been trying to cram into super chats. And, sometimes it's a little bit much to get into the super. So grateful for all of you listening to me yap. Grateful for all of you being here. I'm reading through these last comments here. They may as well arrest this bin kid. Oh my gosh. Woo! Wow. Not again. Wait, creepy. Oh my gosh. Can we please let that? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I know. Amy went to Stanford, that's right in Silicon Valley, and Lance is always in Rutgers sweats. MK Ultra, Subproject 69. CIA has been super involved at Rutgers. I'm sure that they have a great football team. Wow. Okay. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. You know what's crazy? I was voted class clown in high school, and I remember getting the yearbook and being like, what? Because I'm not funny when I try to be at all. But I guess other people think I'm funny when I'm just being like who I am. And that's great. I like it when people are laughing with me, not at me. If you're laughing at me, though, joke's on you, because I'll probably play really dumb about it. But I'm paying attention. So thank you. Oh, Western Australia. I want to go out there. Wait, I got a second. Hold on. Hold up. I'm putting in a cough drop. Never eat sour worms. That's the part. Sorry, I was doing the visual. Do you know about the camels? Have you seen a camel out there? I need to know. Have you seen a camel out there? And there are hundreds of them. Did you guys know that? I'm going to pull it up because this is so crazy. Camels in the outback of Australia. Kate and Nate on YouTube. We're talking about them. Yeah, it is crazy. It's the largest wild population on Earth, guys. You do? You've seen them? Can I come visit you, dude? I mean, I'm just inviting myself. I promise. I'll try to entertain you. You may get annoyed. That's okay. But guys, look at this. She's stuck in the bathroom. Did someone make sure she got toilet paper? Oh my gosh, I just got the context of this show. I thought she was like sitting there waiting for my hair just, what is that? What is that hair? I think that's why that kept doing that. Okay. Oh, there's a quokka on the screen. Hold on. Where's that at? Over here. There is a quokka. These are so cute. I'll Google that next. If you don't know what a quokka is, they have these things on an island. Wait, we even have a gas station, which was called the Camel and the Donkey. There was a camel and a donkey at the okay. So we're going to go gorilla trekking, everybody. And if we all go together, it'll be cheaper. We're all going to go visit Graxel 69. And we're going to go. Do you have an accent? Because Australian accents are the best. I 100% wish I had that accent. Only one humped. I can ride a camel on the beach in Australia. Everybody's from Australia. Run Island, you're right there. Oh my. Everybody. So they got these camels. And it is the craziest thing. Kate and Nate were talking about them because they drove out there. Look at that thing. Look at it. It looks angry. I want camels. So I want like 2 camels on my farm. We live in the middle of nowhere in Indiana. And I think nobody would screw with me because they would see my 2 camels trying to come up out in the middle of nowhere. And they'd be like, these people are nuts. We're not going to pull up. I am, I probably would go a little bit crazy. You're invading my privacy. Look at those things. It doesn't look comfy, because it's like, yeah, they do got the 1 hump thing. I did see that. I didn't know it was a 1 hump. How would you even ride that? Do you ride it like behind or in front? Did they put a saddle on them? Was there a saddle on that? We're going to have to talk about this more because I am fascinated. Oh, look, it has a box. Okay, and then these are quokkas. You must know about these cute little furry creatures. If you don't, and you're not from, look at them. Look at them. They're like they're on Rottnest Island. Look at the selfies we could take. This guy, oh wait, guys, this whole time, I forgot. Oops. Hold up, because you are about to see what I'm seeing. That could be us, guys, but you plan. We are going to go out there. We are going to visit. We're going to go. Now it's late. You can drive it from the front end. Wow. Oh. Fight off the spot. Oh, okay. So you're going to fight those by I'll be there for the moral support. I love bugs, okay? Praying mantids, butterflies, all that stuff. Not a spider. Heebie-jeebies. This is a quokka. They are so cute. Look at it. Look, it's like, I know I'm cute. I'm on Rottnest Island. I may be rotten, but I'm a cutie pie. And I'm over here living. Look at them. Guys, I think we should go. And then we should just take a trip, once a year, all the fans of Barron, and we could go to the Balkans. I've always wanted to go to the Balkans. I mean, really, I've always wanted to go to that area. I just can't get over it. I have people from Australia in the chat. Okay, I wish I was from somewhere as cool as that. The spiders carry knives there. One cut me into my phone. This sounds like one of the reviews from Dixie Pediatrics or from Dixie Tubs. So those spiders out there, I wonder what the reviews are on these things. They'll rob you. The spiders. We are not getting robbed by no spider. I know. I mean, how is that even allowed? Are you guys even allowed to have a weapon there that we're allowed to have here? Because that's crazy. They're letting the spiders out there just being able to shank you. And then out here, we're like the Wild Wild West, but really you're the Wild Wild West, but only with the spiders with the shanks. Yeah, that's what I thought. But the spiders, they're armed. Okay, so maybe that's why they had a little truce agreement. Maybe that was like what's going on in the Middle East right now. They were like, you know what? If you take away our spiders with our knives, it's over. It's over for us. They're creeping up to take my shoes. I don't like shoes, so that's okay. I always got socks on for the most part. I'm not a bit, that's too many people for me, but I do like Keystone. The District Tap has these watermelon bruschetta things in the summertime. Well, they didn't for a year. I was upset about it, but it sounds disgusting. It's so delicious and I love it so much. And then there's this other place there. Why can I not think of the name? It's because I'm tired. They have these mini beef Wellingtons. What is it? It's not Eddie V's. I love it, and we go there all the time. I sit in the bar because it's a fancy place, and I don't even drink, but I used to drink. Sometimes I feel like I need a drink after looking at Ben Hogan. But you know, the world can barely handle me sober, guys. So, um, I really don't know the name of that restaurant, and I love it so much. But they have mini beef Wellingtons. I wear sweats all the time, so I feel so rude going to a fancy restaurant and wearing, like I'm wearing a Lululemon hoodie thing, a scuba, as you will. I am scuba certified, not good at it, because I live in Indiana, and the whole Twigs. Oh wow, sheesh. You know, Ben might be able to help you legally with that. He could do an action for you. He can help you with any legal pursuit. Um, I do really like sharks. I like free diving and snorkeling though. Tiger sharks are my fave. I've never seen a great white. I have been with One Ocean diving and we saw tiger sharks. Cageless. It was really fun. I actually prefer cageless over being in a cage. Yeah, I really like adrenaline and I love sharks. Tiger sharks are my favorite. That's why there's a shark fin up in there. I would love to live by the ocean, maybe one day. My husband, you know, corn pays my bills. Is there corn by the ocean? I never thought I would live in Indiana, but here I am. And it's great, but I can always vacation or buy a house on the beach and yap on a microphone there. And my husband can come visit me all the time. I'm just kidding. He could maybe go back and forth. Maybe one day. Ocean corn, sugar cane. Yeah, I did not know that was such a big tropical thing. I went to the Dominican Republic last year on a trip, and I went into one of the bateys, and I did not know how sugar cane. It was a medical trip thing, because I used to work for a place where they did a medical trip for the students in a doctorate program. I did a lot of admin work for them. So sounds like it's incredible right until they eat you. So good and bad. We don't taste good to them. You know, just don't act like prey. We sweat out of all of our pores. Most people do. I don't really sweat that much. It's a problem actually. I have this like medical thing where my glands that sweat like ate each other. So that's why I'm always thirsty, why I lose my voice more. It's a weird autoimmune thing. It's great. So that also means though, I'm probably tastier to sharks. But I still like them. And you know, they're like dogs. I like to call them sea puppies. You probably shouldn't do that, but I do. And I think humans are a lot more scary than a shark. So I think the most calm I've ever felt in the water was when I was honestly, I mean, it was just, I can't even explain it. Just such a beautiful creation and so big and so beautiful. It was actually Queen Nikki that we got to swim with, and she was like a 12 or 14 foot tiger shark. She was really old. There were two of them. And it was not supposed to be tiger sharks. It's supposed to be Galapagos. So One Ocean diving was a little bit freaked. Kind of funny to think about. But, you know, we didn't die. We didn't die. Like a salty snack, just don't act, you know, like you don't run from a dog, okay? You don't act like prey. Now, are there freak accidents where people get ate by a shark? Yeah. But most of the time, it is an incident where there's a nibble or something and you just remain calm. Now, saying you just remain calm is a lot different probably when you get like your arm bit off or something. But I'd rather have my arm bit off than both my arms bit off. I don't know. Also, yeah, there's a lot of thoughts I have with this. Dang sea pups. So I said this too. We were in Eleuthera like the year before in the Bahamas. It's an outer island, and we had the coolest boat captain. His name is Ruben. If you go to Eleuthera, you have to get Ruben. And Ruben is so freaking dope, dude. He used to defend his we're moving and grooving. That means I needed to go. But he talked about pirates and all of this crazy stuff. And I was telling him this, and he told me that his friend got attacked by a tiger shark. And then I felt like the world's biggest jerk because I actually have a tiger shark jaw tatted on my knee. I can't talk. I have a cough drop in. A tiger shark jaw tatted on my kneecap. So, it's a long story. The whole Queen Nikki thing was a big thing. My family calls me Nikki. So it was a crazy experience. And they said that always happens when someone has the name of one of the sharks. We did not get to visit Pink Harbor, or Eleuthera does have pink sand beaches though. However, we didn't get to go to Harbor Island because we went in October. And it was the end of hurricane season. So blessing and a curse. We were literally all over the place with no one else. I loved it. I would move there, honestly. But we didn't get to go. We had Reuben for 2 days. One day we did like reef fishing and stuff. Oh, my stuff's moving. And then another day we went and saw some other things and stuff. Stuff and things. That's really descriptive. And Harbor Island was just too rough to get across the channel. So that was a lot. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. See, that's sad. That's sad to me because, I mean, I also think sharks get to a certain point where they're getting kind of desperate in a lot of ways in different areas. I don't think people realize how much the ocean is affected by a lot of things. So it's really sad too to hear the difference of where they get hurt at as well. Eleuthera is in the outer right of the middle. That's really descriptive of me, of the Bahamas. I could pull it up real quick. 1 second. It's actually very beautiful. You know, I'm from the corn, so it doesn't take a lot. All right. So Eleuthera on the map. Here it is. It's this long, skinny island. It's not even like a mile wide. So Nassau's right here. Florida's right here. Here's Eleuthera. Zooming away out for all of you. I don't know why zooming out. Also, why is this map? Is this Apple Maps? I do not like it. It's funny. I've refused to use Google Maps on my phone, but I prefer Google Maps on the computer. I hate it when I get a Google Maps link to something or an address. I'm like, don't ever send that to me again. You just cursed me with that because now I'm going to click on it. I got to type the whole thing in. It's this whole thing. I know. I've heard. I didn't get to go to the fish festival. I did not get to go to. I want to go to that real bad. Across from Nassau. Thank you. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I've heard it said a lot of ways. We want to go to Abaco next, I think. Oh, and I really want to go to these down here. They're crazy. Long Island, Rum Cay. There's these berry islands I would love to go to. I think this one's Cat Island. Where's the name? Alligator Point. Huh. I wonder if Lance Twigs got his t-shirt from there. But there is Crooked Island. Yeah. Mayaguana. I'd like to go there. Just want to know, what is this? What's up? Plain Cays. It's very beautiful. They have this crazy, the water difference is what a lot of people know about it. So on one side, you have the Caribbean sea part. And then on the other side, you have the Atlantic Ocean. So you get both of these there. And it is, quite honestly, it's just, oh, I clicked. Okay. It's just such a beautiful thing. They got a lot going on here. I could live here. The snorkeling at this place is something that you would not even believe is real. I did not know snorkeling, sea life like this actually still existed in the world today. And it really does. This is a little bit edited, but it does actually, the water contrast is something, you can see it right here. This doesn't look edited at all. So the Atlantic's over here, deep blue, and then you have the Caribbean side. And sometimes they have to close this bridge right here, because the waves get so crazy that you can't get through. I just think that's crazy. I'm like, oh. But the place I would live would be down a little bit anyways, or on the Spanish Wells North, because they have better grocery stores. And I really like San Pellegrino. So you can catch me with the San Pellegrino. I keep seeing this house and I want to buy this house and live here forever. We're going to look at it together before I leave. ADHD. If Marsh is still up, he's probably like, Dom, what in the heck? I'm tired. It is 2:45 in the morning. Look at this house. Look at all the things I could do here. I could redo it. I don't know how hard it is to redo some concrete. There's only some cracks. There is only some cracks. And it has good bones. Look at that. I could be up in there. I mean, look at the view. Now, if there's a hurricane, we just won't think about that. We'll leave. We will leave. But for the small price of 1.4 million US dollars, you could have 186 feet of beachfront property. And also there was a few, 3 fully furnished cottages, 8 bedrooms. People could come visit me. I don't know. I like it. Also, I don't think the hurricanes would be as bad, because a lot of times but I say that. I don't know. I've never lived through one. I do really I like it, but for the price, I'm like, do I like it? Because I could build. Am I ever going to like the outside of this house with whoever architectured, whatever word you would use? Who designed this? It's very beautiful, but what in the windows? What is this one? Some long, you didn't even put a 4th one here. You were like, what? I know, this is my dream. This is my dream. I would love to just wake up, snorkel, yap. That is my dream. I love being curious and I love yapping. And I think that's why I like snorkeling so much too. It's always different. You always get to explore. And I love that. And I love the ocean. I love the sea life. But I do burn. And I like to snorkel a little bit too long. So I get a little bit raisiny. Believe it or not. I went to this. Oh, wait, you can't see it now. Well, that's okay. Different time, different place. I do have to show you this. I thought this was fake. This is the airport. Also, I got in trouble for taking a picture at the airport because I was taking it of security. You're not supposed to do that. This is literally, they're building a new one, but this is the airport. And then there's a picture of me. I didn't believe the airport was like that. It's just crazy. Because we're in a small room that's like a shed like this. And that's what's going on. So it's interesting time. It's a great place. I loved it. Felt fake. It literally did not feel real. It doesn't feel real, even though I'm not there anymore. Did not feel real. I do like this house. I've seen this house. All right, guys. That's all I'm going to say today. Oh, Sally Raisin. That's me. That is me in the water, because we're made of water. So we should absorb it, I like to be in the water. Now, I would like to know, does the Twigs family like to be in the water? They have a web of businesses, so I'm wondering if they would also fight those spiders with us. But that's a, question for another day. Another day, another time. Oh, Michigan, I see that. All right. Oh, wait, you're from there? Wow, looks awesome. I'm from Michigan and love it here. Oh, it's by Florida. Oh, my friend lives in Florida. St. Pete. All right. Well, wow. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up. Them dang sea pups. Oh, you're going to California. Well, HB, I don't know where that is. HB. Huntington Beach? Yeah, Cali was a lot for me. I'm not a big fan. I do want to go up in the Everglades is Florida. I want to go there too. But I want to camp out in the middle of nowhere. The Redwoods and Murder Mountain area. I would love to go up there, ask people questions, explore. Probably not safe, but who cares? But my uncle lives in Alpine, and I have family that used to live in Carlsbad. And then I've been out for a wedding in LA. Man, California's just a lot. I couldn't do it. We did go to Palm Springs and the really cool national park that I am brain farting on right now. We did not download any of the things we wanted to do, and there's no signal. So if you're going to go out there, download all trails, pre-download your apps. We learned that the hard way. We do that for Hawaii when we go, and it's really great too. All right. I will talk to you guys. Oh, Michigan moved to Huntington Beach for work. I like it for now. Probably. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that makes sense why you're up this late, because that means that it's not even midnight there yet. It is almost 3 a.m. here. And I am about to put on my heated eye mask, put this brain to sleep, and not yap for a second, even though I did enjoy it. Thank you guys for coming. And thanks. I have FOMO. So Amy has LLC FOMO. I have comment FOMO. But I also get distracted. Oh my, Adfleet, you're still up, bro? What? Dom. Thank you. Totally future memory loss. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Thank you. I can't believe that the algorithm somehow pushed you here. I saw that comment earlier. Thank you. I'm always here, bro. Me too. Sometimes I ping, 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 Marsh. Because I don't get tired as soon as I go to bed. It's really annoying. And I'll research and then I just pass out. And I have a hard time waking up. So, wow. Thank you guys. I'll talk to you later. And don't worry. We will go see those camels. I'm about to play. I think it's going to play Adfleet's video she made. I hope you guys enjoy it. You can go to her channel and watch it. And same username on YouTube as she is X, I believe, and the same with us. So have a good night. Talk to y'all later.
I don't give a damn. You found it today? Damn, dog. You should be making content. You should be making some content, bro.
Don't give a damn. Don't give a damn. She's under the keyboard, finding every crumb. Don't give a damn. Don't give a damn. Safari hat on. Here she comes.
So bear with me.
In my opinion, allegedly.
If I am not late, did I really show up?